its size is about $90 trillion US dollar. And in this economy, USA shares about a quarter of this economy is controlled by the United States. Second rank is at China, and third is at Japan. And India is at seventh rank, holding about 3.18% of the global economy, and its contribution is about $3.2 trillion. So if we see the various sector in the which are contributing in the economy in entire globe, so there are many, importantly three sectors. First is services sector, which is shown in the blue color. Second is the industry sector, which is shown in the orange color, and third is the agriculture sector. So if we see the United States, about 80% contribution is from service sector, and 90% contribution is for industry sector, and only 1% contribution is from agriculture sector. The second biggest economy is China, in which 48% contribution is given by services sector, 43% is by industry, and 9% by the agriculture sector. India is a developing economy, and 57% contribution is given by the services sector, 26% by the industry sector, and only 17% in the agriculture sector. So construction sector falls under the under the group of industry sector, and its contribution in Indian GDP is about 26%. So if you see the India scenario of construction industry in India, so its GDP share is about rupees 20 trillion. This was the pre-corona estimate, but after corona, its share was declined maybe by 25%, and it is currently, this industry is contributing about 50 trillion rupees. But this amount may also change in future, and it is about 8% of the Indian economy. It provides employment to the 16% of the population, and it is the biggest job generator next to agriculture sector. And there are many incidences in the development of our country, like government set up few undertakings, national companies, and there are many private sectors who are working in this sector. And there is another sector, collaboration sector, which is a PPP and BOT. So this sector is a mix of government as well as private sector. So in this slide, I will briefly discuss what are the major impacts of the COVID-19 on construction industry. So the first major impact the construction industry faced is a reduction in demand, and this demand was because the lack of purchasing power of the customers. Then there is a liquidity crisis. So liquidity crisis from bank financer to the contractor and the developer. Then there is a change in construction practice due to physical distancing. So as we hear that many organizations started home working practices, so this might bring a huge impact in the working of this industry. Then if you see the impact of construction speed because of the COVID-19, because of the health and safety protocols which are required to be followed at site, the and physical distancing norm as suggested by the government, the progress of work was very adversely affected. So the work progress was very slow, and there are continuous medical checkups of all the workers, and supervisor is required to be carried out. The third impact is this two impacts causing time and cost overrun. So the structure which is required to be completed within 1 year is not able to complete in a designated timeline, and this resulted in the cost overrun. And this is leading to the contractual issues and disputes. So there are many contracts issue which is also adversely impacting with the progress of construction industry. For example, if tunneling work or metro construction work is if there is a restriction on imports, then development in this sector might be adversely affected. The only positive impact of the corona COVID-19 is this sector introduce information and communication technology and emerging technology in this sector. So as we know that when in December or January 2020, when there was a first sign of the corona in the China, So China started construction of a hospital, and this 1,600 beds hospital was constructed in just 12 days. So that is the speed of the construction at which this industry can operate. In England, the 500 bed hospital was executed in just 9 days. In India, in Mumbai, the 1008 bed hospital was executed in just 1 month. And in Pune, the oxygen plant was executed in just 11 days, and the estimated timeline for execution of this work was 6 months. So we can imagine that health system and construction sector moves parallel along with the during this pandemic. So impressive speed of construction is one of the testament that there is a talent in the construction industry, and whenever there is a disaster, this industry comes forward and tries to cope up with the adverse impact of the disaster. So in this part, I will try to explain very briefly the emerging technologies which are being used in the construction sector. So before that, I would like to elaborate on there are four industrial revolution. The first occurred in 18th century, which was based on water and steam mechanized production. The second was based on electric power generation. Third was based on electronic and information technology. And the present era, we are living in the era of 21st century, which is having which is said to be a fourth industrial revolution, and which is based on the automation and data exchange digitization. So this industrial revolution will bring some positive as well as some negative changes. The positive change will that it will improve the efficiency, but it will also reduce the human job. The job curtailment will not happen immediately, and no 100% job replacement will be done by the robots or automation, but definitely it will hamper the employment. And construction industry needs decision making at various activity levels, so there will be some employment, some decision making activity will be handled by the human. So in this is the last part of my presentation. So in this part, I will explain very briefly the technologies which are helpful in this sector. So first technology which is successfully deployed in water resource department as well is the application of drones. So the progress monitoring. So monitoring the progress of infrastructure can be achieved through drones. It can also monitor the functioning of machinery. So at the construction site, various machineries are operating. So that machinery's health is also monitored by the drone. Then process monitoring. Suppose concrete mixing is happening, so that process can be monitored using the drones. Measurement of quantity as well as quality can be achieved through the drones. And this drone is widely used for this surveying, topographical survey, aerial survey, land acquisition survey, contour survey, linear survey, and lidar survey. So, and this drone can generate 3D model, which is very helpful for planning in a planning process and decision making process. And recently there are underwater drones. So whenever there is a dam or reservoir or a dock or harbor, so when we want to carry out the underwater surveillance, these underwater drones are very helpful. The augmented technology or virtual reality technology started using in project planning as well as project marketing phase. So this is a new area where augmented reality is being adopted for analyzing the various aspect of the project, and to put these aspect to the customer. So there are robots which are being used for the excavation and earthwork. So this robot can be operated using a remotely controlled device. Then automation from for bricklaying. So this machine can lay a bricks. Once 3D layout is given as an input to this equipment, it can lay a brick. It is very fast, accuracy is very high, and it can work 24/7. So mass construction activity can be carried out using such instruments. Then there are robots which can tie bars of reinforcement work, and it can lay specific set reinforcement in proper order. Bar bending schedule is followed. All the bars are properly joined, and this is very accurate and fast. And this is the last technology which brings automation in smaller activities like plastering and flooring. So this technology is also widely being used in this sector. And in a concluding remarks, I just like to mention that construction sector plays a vital role in development, but due to the COVID-19 epidemic, this sector is severely affected. considering all the odd things, only positive thing is that this sector is ready to adopt new technologies. This journey is tough, but we will overcome this and prosper again. And that's all. Thank you so much for listening my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen. I am opening a few minutes for questions, if any, to Mr. Praveen Kole. Participants, will you like to put across any question, any comment? Okay, so we will move ahead. Yes, yes. Yes, is there a question or a comment?
No, ma'am, I'm saying you can at the end of the all the presentation.
Okay. So then we'll move ahead and I'll invite next panelist speaker for the day, Olga Anatolievna Ignatjeva. I hope that I have pronounced the name correctly. In case I have not, please do correct me while you come on the floor and speak. So I invite Olga, Associate Professor, Department of Political Governance, St. Petersburg State University, Russia, speaking on access to healthcare as a new dimension of inequality in terms of COVID-19. Yes, floor is yours, Olga.
Thank you a lot. Yes, you are correct. My name is Olga Anatolievna Ignatjeva, and I would like to speak today about the access to healthcare as a new dimension of inequality in terms of COVID. Actually, I have no presentation, so I will just tell, and please listen, and if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer it. So, social inequality remains the most important topic in the social sciences. Since ancient philosophy, the confrontation between rich and poor has not lost its importance. Nowadays, social inequality is taking on a new dimension. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated many of the contradictions in society which in a quiet time prefer not to be noticed. The global cultural phenomenon of the American dream is being cultivated in many countries to alleviate the sense of injustice to individuals. During the pandemic, it became clear that members of different classes and strata do not have equal access to social benefits. Access to medical services and the opportunity to purchase medicine were related to the availability of health insurance and sufficient amount of money. Unlike other aspects of inequality, access to medicine refers to such essential values as health and life itself. Survival of the poor during the crisis has become an equally important issue. I would like to say that quarantine restrictions were imposed in most countries and business and public services were temporarily shut down. This has had the most negative impact on representatives of small business, which provide for themselves. In those countries where the government did not provide sufficient financial assistance to small business, the pandemic led to business destruction, inability of entrepreneurs to pay rent and pay salary to employees. The ability of individuals to survive the crisis was directly related to the availability of financial reserves that would have allowed them to stay out of business for several months. The crisis has also revealed other aspects of inequality, such as difference in access to power. In the press, there appeared materials about politicians and celebrities who called on the population to wear masks and observe social distance, but they did not do themselves the same. freely resting in golf club and other facilities accessible only to the elite. And of course, the elite received the best treatment in time. This has sharpened people's feeling that world is unfair and wrong. The pandemic crisis also led to a rethinking of values. If in a calmer time, the main aspiration of individuals was symbolic consumption, acquisition of prestigious and branding things, in the period of pandemic, the awareness of life and health returned to the society. Millions of people unwittingly began to reconsider their views from the point of view of life meaning. The COVID-19 pandemic clearly demonstrated the meaninglessness of consumption values and the depth of the value crisis in the digital society. All the above aspects lead to a normative and value crisis in society, a state of anomie. The crisis that emerged unexpectedly led to a state of psychosocial tension, conceptualized by sociologist Robert Merton as a state of anomie. The mismatch between the goals of an individual and the possibility of achieving them during the crisis refers not to income and consumptions, but to health and survival. The COVID-19 pandemic will lead to a significant increase in anomie. The increase in the level of anomie will inevitably lead to the growth of its consequences, such as deviant behavior. During and after the crisis, we will see an increase in crime, alcoholism, drug addiction, suicide, as well as an increase in number of deviant behavior. Psychosocial stress anomie warms up a feeling of discontent in society, and it is its cause. The cause of this discontent and unrest in society may be different circumstances. This may include discontent with the authorities, racial and national conflicts, economic conditions, and restricted access to medicine, which is perceived as an attempt on a person's right to live. During the COVID-19 period, anomie warms society and generates social instability, leading to explosion of discontent in society. To avoid this explosion, it is necessary to understand its source, to clearly distinguish the cause of the event and its cause. In order to overcome the consequences of this crisis, all states, first of all, need to allocate sufficient funds to ensure public access to medical services. At least they should apply to the most necessary medical services and medicine. The state should review its medical policy principles, promote the development of charitable organizations providing medical services. Any states, regardless of its market orientation, should have the resources to deploy mobilization type medicine that can provide treatment to millions of people in a short time. Besides medical aid, the state needs to provide people with opportunity to survive economic crisis. A positive example here it is the experience of Germany, where people who lost their jobs were provided with sufficient financial assistance for treatment quickly and without bureaucratic problems. Also, during quarantine restrictions, it is extremely important to provide people with quality food sets and to launch mass production of cheap masks. If these conditions are met, the state will be perceived as helping force, not only as a supervising and punishing one. This will soften the anomie and improve the social well-being of individuals. And in this process, a large business should remember about their social functions and also help people. This is all. If you have any question, please ask.
Thank you, Olga.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you raised very pertinent points. So as communicated to me by the organizing team, we will have questions towards the end of all panel discussions getting over. Okay. So
Okay, sorry.
just be there, and definitely some questions will come across to you, because your presentation raised some very pertinent and important points related to the role of government, specifically in pandemic situation, and what government can do in order to ensure that there is welfare state getting created, which is definitely extremely meaningful for the citizens of the country. So hold on, some questions will come your way. Now I'll move ahead, and will like to invite Alexander Vladislovic Litnev, Faculty of Sociology, Social Work Department, St. Petersburg State University, Russia. Again, Alexander, in case I have not pronounced your name, please do correct me. And please do introduce yourself a little bit more when you start with your presentation. Welcome.
So sorry, this is my co-author, and he is not today because he is at work now. So
okay,
it was our common report.
Okay, so I got it. I got it. Yeah, okay. So I will invite the next speaker now, Mr. Ravi Ramachandran, who is Executive Manager, National Broadband Company, Sydney, Australia. And he will be talking about business transformation before and after COVID-19. I welcome you, Mr. Ravi Ramachandran. Floor is yours now.
Thank you, Dr. Smitha, and thank you to WPC for giving me this opportunity. And it's good to meet all the fellow presenters in this forum. Now, just quickly a little bit about myself. So I currently work for National Broadband Network, and again, through my presentation, I'll actually talk to you about my role as well. But at a very high level, I look after business transformation for the organization, and the purpose of this presentation is to actually talk to you about business transformation, or the way we used to do business transformation pre-COVID and how it's happening right now, and what I have seen working in this industry for quite a few years. So that's just a bit of background at a super high level of what I do. I have a presentation, so I would like to take this opportunity to share my screen with everyone. Okay, I'm guessing everyone can see this. So, yep, like I said, it's business transformation before and after COVID-19. When we have a session on business transformation before and after COVID-19, I think the first and the most important thing to do is to actually define what it means. Now, this is an overused term, especially if you're in the consulting community, because every major consulting firm, every small boutique consulting firm will say, okay, hey, we offer transformation. But in the industry, a lot of people don't actually understand what it is. This is a definition that I really like that I got from Deloitte, which is one of the big four consulting firms. But it is the opportunity to define a bold ambition that goes just beyond normal incremental change, because every organization goes through change every day, right? But this is not that. So changing a small process, introducing a new system, that cannot be transformation. This is the opportunity to rethink your business, rethink operating models, and deliver breakthrough value for your customers. That is an example of transformational change. And this actually goes not just at an operation level, but initially it starts off at a major corporate board or strategic decision. And this affects everything from how the organization grows to it operates, what sort of performance metric will it be measured with, how do you reward and recognize people. It actually involves changing the fundamental DNA of an organization. Now, if you go through any history, any book, And if you see, or even if you Google, okay, show me examples of successful transformations, these names will definitely be there. Apple. I mean, if you look at the history of Apple, it was a small dream for Steve Jobs, which started in his garage, just doing computers, and look at where it is today: mobile phones, and entertainment, etc. Netflix. Netflix actually evolved their business model from just doing rental DVDs to actually, you know, looking after a full service entertainment option. Google, from a search engine to now cars, analytics, everything. Amazon, again, now they do entertainment, shopping, but initially it was just books. So all of these businesses, all these leaders actually had to fundamentally rethink their business. But with transformation, especially before COVID, people had the biggest luxury, and that luxury is called time. Because with any major change, and if you track the history of change across, and I'm talking thousands of years ago, every change took a long time to embed. Take the in industrial revolution itself took close to 400 years to embed, right? And if you go before that, it took a much longer time to embed the change. But the change that started happening from the 1900s onwards happened much faster. Take the computer era, right? That change happened in under 50 years. The interesting fact is the mobile phone revolution actually started it started in 2007. And sorry, when I mean the mobile phone business, I'm actually talking about smartphones and how they've changed the way we operate. I can assure you, most people actually everyone in this call will have a smartphone. And if I were to take you 10 years back, or say 15 years back, that wouldn't be the case. So it actually shows you that the rate of change has actually increased. Now, having set the scene for transformation at a broad level, let me dive into my specific organization and what I do. So the organization that I work for is Australia's largest infrastructure project. It's called the National Broadband Network. It is a government-funded initiative, and the history of this organization started in 2009. So it's a fairly new organization. Back in 2009, the Labour government of Australia said it is their vision to actually provide high-speed broadband access to all Australians. Back then, back in 2009, if you got a speed of say 1 Mbps or 2 Mbps, you were having a good day. Now, you could also argue that back then that was a speed requirement, right? I mean, you could not survive on those speeds today, but back then that was good. And full credit to the government back then. They realized that to actually advance Australia in the global space, internet connectivity, digital revolution was critical. So they ensured that, look, we're going to construct the backbone of this for this to happen. It has costed us $52 billion, one of the most expensive projects in Australia, the largest till date. Now, as an organization, we had to encounter several transformational challenges. Okay, and the mindset of the organization fundamentally changed. In fact, before joining this organization, I would say that, look, something like this, we were, to actually conduct a normal transformation, it would take us maybe 5-6 years. But over here, in a span of, as you can see from this chart, in a span of 5 years, we've had to undertake 5 different transformational challenges, and this wasn't easy. So initially, it was all about building the infrastructure. Then in 2016, 1 year after that started, they said, okay, if you were building say 100 connections a week, next week onwards you had to do 40,000 connections a week. So you just can't operate at a normal pace. You have to fundamentally rethink your business, kind of like what Apple and Google had to do. We had to fundamentally rethink how did we operate. Then the challenge moved to customer experience. So when you scale at such a rapid rate, something had to give, and that unfortunately was customer experience. And I'm going to talk more specifically about how that worked in pre and post COVID. And at the moment, we're actually evolving into the next phase of the organization, and we'll talk a bit about that later. But when I talk about scale, as you can see from this chart, if we look at financial year 12, when we were doing maybe 1,000 connections a month, we had to fundamentally scale the business across, as you can see through the chart, 6 different types of technologies. So 6 different types of technologies, each with its own complexity, connecting a country the size of Australia, which is actually a continent. Uh, you know, and of course, being a political project, there are the political games uh, that happen. So it was never an easy transformation, but to the full credit of the company, they were able to do it. Yes, a lot of money was spent, a lot of time, effort, resources, etc. were spent, but it happened. But when it came to customer experience, this is what I really want to focus on today. So back in financial year 16, when we were scaling at this rapid rate, the DSAT percentage, so DSAT stands for dissatisfaction, which is the percentage of our customers that rated us between a 0 to a 4, that was 32%. Now, back then, the CEO and the board said, folks, this is not acceptable. We have to change. And through a series of complex initiatives, we were able to bring it down to 22%. In FY19, we were able to take it to 18%. And our target, and as you can see, at this stage, we were aiming for incremental improvements, even though we were calling it transformation. What we realized post COVID is we were actually doing incremental improvements. We said, hey, for FY20, which starts 1st of July 2019, ends 30th June 2020, we would be happy if we got to 16%. Now, please remember, these are the percentage of people across Australia that rate us as 0 to a 4. So we're talking about in the millions over here. So if we could actually shift the dial for those, for a couple of million, we'd be really, really happy. And lo and behold, came COVID. So when the pandemic started in January, Feb, that timeline, we were around 17%. We were like, okay, we might take it to 16%. Any guesses on what the actual number was after COVID? I'm guessing no, so I'll just give you the answer. 12. A single cell, a single virus, which can only be seen through a microscope, was able to take the DSAT percentage from 16 to 12. The board was stunned. The CEO was stunned. The executives were stunned. How is this possible that, something okay, it is a bad thing. I'm not for a second saying COVID is good. COVID is bad. Thousands and thousands have lost their lives. But how did this fundamentally change our core metric and what we were doing? And that is what I want to quickly focus on. We would have taken another 2 years or more to achieve this result, but COVID did it in under 6 months. Why? Because when we did our analysis of all of this, we realized that internet is an essential service. It has to work. COVID-19 actually bound people together. Our employees started acting and behaving very differently. It was no longer a 9 to 5 job for people. When they were seeing reports on TV, on news, on the internet about people struggling and people dying, they said, okay, it's our job to keep people connected, during such times of hardship. Customers, as a result, started to appreciate our services. So we had people, in the middle of the pandemic, when it was raging in Australia, we had people who, our technicians would take their trucks, in the middle of bushfires, rains, they would be connecting people. They started to appreciate our services. Small faults were, people said, you know what, it's okay. As long as I can work from home and stream some entertainment, they were happier. We had earmarked $256 million for CX activities through special projects, R&D, consulting, etc. But COVID taught us that is the ultimate disruptor. We saved all that money for our company. Transformation takes time and effort. COVID didn't require any of that. Like I said, in under 6 months, it did it. Now, why is all of this relevant as we embark into the future? And remember, this is not the only transformation that this company would do or other companies would do. In fact, I speak to a lot of people every day here, and they say, at the moment, the job market is slow, but come February, March, a lot of companies that are dormant right now, big companies, are going to undergo major transformation initiatives. So a lot of lessons are being learned through COVID. Transformation need not be a time and cost intensive exercise. Like I told you, $256 million, we do not need to spend that kind of money. It has shown that when people come together, great things will happen. And as I said, it's because people banded together and they had this common sense of purpose of doing something for the greater good. These are behaviors that we've never seen before in people. And personally, I don't think in my life, I mean, again, I shouldn't say all this, but I've been working for the last 20 years. I haven't seen something like this. I don't know whether something like this will happen again, but people say it's a once in a 100-year pandemic, right? So not sure. Technology, processes, and systems, any transformation you look at will normally focus on these things, but people are often left out. And what I mean by that is everyone focuses on, okay, what new technology can I bring in? What new process can I bring in? What new system can I bring in? But nobody focuses on, well, how do we bring people on this transformation journey? COVID as an organization taught me and my company that it's all about bringing people together. At the moment, NBN, and we've just made this announcement yesterday, we're at the moment embarking on connecting the remote communities of Australia, a project that would again take us time and money, but as per the new plans, we've said, how do we scale this in a much more efficient fashion? This new way of working will be the menu or the secret sauce of how all future companies and transformations will operate. And change management, my final point is this: change management has taken a whole new meaning. Gone are the days when people say, okay, hey, let's just fill this form or template, or let's create a change plan and hope the change works. People realize that in any transformation, change is the first and the most important thing that we need to do. So it's about time we stop focusing on the tangible things like, processes, systems, technology. Yes, continue to focus on that, but start putting your emphasis on people, because engage people is ultimately what will bring your transformation to life. It'll make it successful, it'll cost you less, and it's going to deliver greater value for your customers and your shareholders. With that, I yield it back to Dr. Smitha. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. And my area is also business. So in fact, I could very much relate to what you were trying to say. In fact, in India, we have a very different scenario. You spoke about a company which is supported by the government. And I believe you must be knowing in India, we still don't have a setup like this where government is actually supporting the initiative. Yes, it was started and it has been active also in some of the cities and certain limited spaces, but pan-India exercise, it was not yet into place. But in this pandemic situation, I believe one of the companies which definitely became disruptor, the way the company you spoke about in Australia did, has been Reliance. And in fact, they took over many other competitors, including the government companies, BSNL and MTNL, on account of this customer service experience which they could provide. So there is a lot to learn, though different scenarios, but a lot to learn when you talk about these experiences in Australia, and maybe experiences across continents in other countries as well. So hopefully we'll come back to you again as people will frame questions and will deliberate over your presentation. So now, without taking much time, I will now, I did enjoy your presentation. Yeah. So
thank you so much.
Yeah. So now I'll move ahead to the next speaker, Tatiana Karbuchuk, Associate Professor, Department of Government and Society, University of United Arab Emirates. Tatiana, my request to you first will be that please briefly introduce yourself and then talk about your presentation. And the presentation topic of Tatiana is implication of the cultural evolution theory to explain social behavior under COVID-19. Welcome, Tatiana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smitha. So, and thank you very much for the organizers for this opportunity to talk today and to discuss some ideas regarding how we can evaluate people behavior, social behavior under COVID-19. My talk is a kind of attempt to explain how people behave across societies based on the cultural evolution theory by Ronald Inglehart. So I'm coming from the UAE University, where I work for the last 5 years. And before I was working in High School of Economics in Moscow. So I'm Russian originally, and currently I'm based in the UAE. And I would be happy to share some ideas regarding the explanation of social behavior and what are the threats and what should we concentrate on after COVID-19. So without further ado, I would just simply start my presentation. So by September 21st, we had confirmed 30 million cases of COVID-19 and about 1 million deaths reported by World Health Organization. So billion of people faced severe restrictions in their daily lives, so threatened by virus and other unpalatable consequences. And we had a warning from Human Development Report that actually this pandemic situation leads to huge decline in human development on the long run. So there are other many invisible or less visible effects that we will face within the next few years upon the situation is coming back to the normal, hopefully soon. But still, all these invisible effects are not understudied yet. So many governments across the countries try to fight this disease, and they took unprecedented measures or preventive measures to fight coronavirus, and that put people onto multiple lockdowns, so highly limited situations regarding their freedom of movements, and many more. What is surprising is that we can actually see more or less common reactions of the societies and governments across the world. So first, we could see in many countries there was a kind of rejection of the threat by public governmental authorities and by population itself. We could see also slow interventions of governmental measures to ban social gatherings and social distancing in many countries. We can also see differences among different age groups and generations in their attitudes to comply with, for example, mask regimes and so on. So how we can explain the similar patterns of social behavior across different cultures? So I actually want to draw your attention to the theory which was recently republished by Ronald Engelhardt, who was developing the modernization theory since 70s. But in 2018, his book was published on evolutionary modernization theory. So first I will be quickly saying a few words, what does this theory mean and how it explains social behaviors and social transformations across the time. And then I will try to show you the examples of social behavior under COVID-19 that actually reflecting this theory. So the theory explains the global intergenerational value shifts and value changes from materialistic to post-materialistic values. So it's about how people are changing their values from survival to self-expression values. So basically, this theory discusses a cultural shift of people's priority from economic and physical safety and conformity to the group norms towards individual freedom to choose how to live their own life. So social values cannot change very fast. It takes actually generations to replace themselves in order to change the values. And what do we see actually? We see that the post-war World War II world is very peaceful, and people actually started taking security for granted. So the core characteristics of modernization makes people life more secure. So for example, what do we see in the recent 50 years? So according to the Human Development Report, we see that incomes are growing considerably. Literacy rate is growing across the globe. The life expectancy is growing, the crime rates are declining, so violence is reducing, and actually the people who born after 70s, they are born in the time period where the security is taken for granted, so the survival security. So that is very important according to the theory. So high levels of security allowed for increased individual free choice, so openness to new ideas and tolerance to outsiders among young generations. So more and more people in different parts of the world began to value increased freedom of choice, and that means the rise of emancipative values in the current development society. So which leads actually to the different perceptions and attitudes towards these bonds that this is the governments and public administrations trying to set up in the countries, and in some societies it's not successful. We can see that in US, UK, in some really developed countries adjusting to this bonds and restrictions in a different way. And these restrictions for free movement, meeting relatives, rejections of gatherings, wearing uncomfortable masks and staying home orders are fighted by the younger generations. So younger generations who grew up with a high level of existential security and who have better access to social welfare institutions, higher incomes levels, they are actually taking this individual freedom of choice as a granted and security as for granted. And that means they have different attitudes and different different wish for collaboration with the public limits that were set up by different governments in different countries. So however, we can't say if this pandemic situation can change values very fast. On the one hand, the values are shifting rather slow, right? And it takes generations and generations once again to believe in that trust, to be open to others' cultures, and to be more oriented towards individual values. However, no way the families will forget such fast the threats that they are experiencing currently under COVID-19. So income stability, family stability, so different societal order that will also remain in the memory for some time, and that will be leading our motivations, our values, and explaining our human behavior. So why it's important to pay attention to the security and cultural norms under this theory. So for example, we say that most generations in 2020 on Earth grew up taking security for granted. And indeed, the COVID-19, so it's a shocking threat that came into their lives, and we can see that people reacted differently in their perceptions. And for example, in a very well doing Germany, about 50% of population expressing their worries on economic insecurity, and 80% of the population, like in countries like US, where we can find the highest rates of infection and death tolls. So they're expressing their worries and about security and feelings towards the COVID-19. So also the theory, evolutionary modernization theory, argues that economic and physical insecurity account for increase of xenophobia, strong in-group solidarity, authoritarian politics, and rigid adherence to the group's traditional cultural norms. What does it mean? We will find more and more evidences that people actually express the xenophobic attitudes to different nationalities. We can find like unfavorable views of China or Italy as a first causes of the spread of this disease, for example. And regarding this insecurity and ethnocentric solidarity against outsiders, the migrants actually are facing the most dangerous and position in this field. So basically, when people feel that their survival is insecure, that leads to ethnocentric solidarity against outsiders, who are the migrants in many countries. And we can see that examples from countries like Kuwait, who just simply dismissed migrant workers immediately within 15-30 days. And people lost their jobs. They stayed without any income to survive, without shelters, sometimes no money. And we are speaking here about 258 million of international migrants across the globe. So this is a huge impact on multiple economies where migrants play a huge role in the labor market. So same story about food security and water safety. So which are the basic needs according to the Maslow pyramid for secure survival. And that also leads to different perceptions of insecurity across the countries. And in the countries where this basic needs are in danger, so food security, water security, safe waters or sanitation systems, they are actually behaving in the way of pro-materialistic values. So, and we know that, for example, in 180 countries, 90% of the world population, so many children were left without access to schools, and schools mainly providing the basic daily food for poor families, which were taken from that families now. So, and finally, the importance of the talk is here about inequality in the societies and among the countries. So it's not only about the economic inequality in the society, it also relates to the happiness and life satisfaction level, which is very important currently in all societies to have peaceful, sustainable development and successful sustainable development. This evolutionary modernization theory explains how happiness relates to the availability for the people to make free choices, and actually it increases the happiness. So, and in case we have this shift from survival values to self-expression values, improving this freedom of choice, and increasing the level of tolerance. So the happiness in this level of this in the societies is going up. Under the pandemic circumstances, there are a lot of threats to the basic security needs of the people, like I just showed regarding the situation with the food security, safe water, migration, and xenophobia, and many other things. So economic security, of course, for the families. So that's actually postpones the development of the society towards post-materialistic values, cultivating the freedom of choice and happiness, which are leading to the happiness in the society. So that means that COVID-19 not only threatening the economic security, but also the happiness across the world, and that would lead to higher inequalities, causing more inequalities across the globe. So this is my talk for today, and I will be happy to answer any questions at the end of our sessions after all the speakers have completed their presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tatiana. I believe you again raised very pertinent discussion points specifically about cultural evolution theory. And in order to interpret the current human behavior, which across countries we are experiencing, each country has its own challenges. But when you look at humans, definitely experiences across the board are same. And the threats which are now possibly becoming and looming over the human society are very, very challenging. So some of those threats also you name. So we will very soon return back to the discussion where possibly we will be putting across some questions to you. But very important talk and very, very important in today's scenario. Thank you so much, Tatinia. So we'll move to the next speaker for the day. I'll invite Mr. Praveen Gunnar, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, University of Mumbai, and PhD scholar at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. He will be talking on impact of COVID-19 on a small marginal farmers in Nanded district of Maharashtra. Welcome, Mr. Praveen.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Smita Shukla, ma'am. At the outset, I would like to thank and congratulate the Water Policy Center, entire team of the Water Policy Center for organizing such a wonderful dialogue for to discuss about the one of the very, very critical times of phase of our times. And in this specifically, I would like to thank to Ms. Aruna and Dr. Bavaskar sir for this opportunity to speak in this talk. So with this, I would like to start my presentation. I'll be speaking on the impact of COVID-19 on small and marginal farmers. While this is not a core area of my study during my PhD. My PhD is like the study of my PhD focuses on the concerns of small marginal farmers in Maharashtra and specifically in the Marathwada region of Maharashtra. But while collecting data, while visiting to several villages with all the precautions, I have got some observations. I have had some discussions with several people, several villagers, and specifically the small and marginal farmers about their situations, about their experiences during this lockdown. So I'm not being able to move on the another slide. One second, I'll try it again. Yeah, I hope the presentation is visible to all of you.
Yes, yes, Mr.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So at the premise, the immediate impact of COVID-19 was initially seen in the urban areas, as we all know that many of the urban peoples have the virus have first entered in the urban spaces, and from there it got spread across the rural areas and across the states and districts of the country. The migrated the already migrated reversed back to their natives to protect themselves from the virus. I have purposefully added that question mark in this after this statement, because whether they have returned back because of the virus or because of some other concerns like livelihood vulnerability or homelessness or poverty, threat about of the government. These are the many other questions which can be taken to that particular situation of the migrants. The sudden lockdown was the havoc for these migrants. Unfortunately, many of them died and gone or going through very critical situations. Many of them have died, and those who are living, they are also like living with a very huge vulnerabilities. Now, many people have realized that how cruel the cities are. Like many people have also talked about the cities, the development, urbanization process of urbanization. So the urbanization process have been critically seen by many developmentalists and many peoples, those who are post-developmental theorists. So they have seen these processes of urbanization, how they are cruel to the people, those who are vulnerable, those who are poor, those who are backward in terms of like economics, in terms of their social situations and all. So now most of the rural peoples have realized that how cruel these cities are, as they haven't gave a space to the poor. They have evacuated, they have indirectly, perhaps in fact forcibly pushed out, these poor have been pushed out of the city forcibly. So, and like of course the rural areas, like later on when they have returned back to their villages, all these migrants, the rural areas welcomed their original inhabitants and accommodated them wholeheartedly, though there was a risk from these migrants to the rural villages. But they, as per the Indian tradition, as per the Indian culture, they have welcomed them wholeheartedly, and they are still living in those villages, and they are being accommodated. Though they are living in different situations, but at least they have a secure place to stay in the villages. To go more specific about my presentation, to be more specific about the topic, more than 82% farmers belongs to small and margin category in India. So the section which I am going to focus on, that is small and marginal farmers, which is there in Nanded district of Maharashtra as well. They contribute over 40% of the country's grain production and over half of its fruits, vegetables, oilseeds, and other crops. Much of the global share of food staples such as rice, wheat goes from India, and almost half of the population in India depends on agriculture for their livelihood. This is as per the government figures, but in fact, if we see as per the government figures as well, directly dependent, more than half of the Indian population, rural population, directly depend upon the agriculture, but indirectly they are more than 70 or 75% they are depend, whereas those livelihoods can be categorized as allied agrarian allied activities. But unfortunately, last few decades, the farm sector have witnessed the unending crisis, which is still going on. This led into huge distress amongst farmer and farming sector. More than 3 lakh farmers have taken their lives. This is more than a 250,000 since 1995. Only in last year, in 2019, a total of 10,281 farmers and farm laborers died because of the suicide across the country, according to statistics from NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau. And to be very specific about the Marathwada region, which is where the Nanded district is located, and of course the Water Policy Center is also located in the Marathwada region. So 109 farmers committed suicide during the COVID-19 lockdown. This number is reported in the police station. This is the formal number, but the informal number, many farmers or many people couldn't register their suicides or the crimes whichever they have committed in the villages. Like suicide is a crime in India. So those suicides have not been reported to the police stations because of the lockdown or because of the situations at that time. So the number is now the number is less, but the actual number in those areas is very high. So if you look at all these numbers, all these figures, in India, every half an hour, one farmer commits suicides. So this is the situation of farmers, that is specifically small and marginal farmers in India. I mean, in this situation, in this crisis, the farmers are going through. If you go a little more specific about the topic, farmers in Nanded district were expecting a good price after a robust Rabi harvest at that time, like at the time of the lockdown announced by the government of India. The time was the harvesting season of the Rabi crops. So at that time, farmers were like expecting that a good harvest, good price after the harvest, and they will have all the normal situations as they usually have. But this time, like instead, some bad weather and the lockdown have left them with huge losses, and of course the further depth indebtedness. The talk which I have had with these peoples is based on group discussions with farmers in different villages. The participants were mostly from small and marginal farming category. Most of the farmers are totally dependent upon the sale of their allied activities to feed their families. So unless if they will not have a proper food or regular sale of their produces, they will not be able to feed their children. They will not be able to feed their families. So this is the situation of these poor farmers in some of the most of the locations in Nanded district of Maharashtra. So I have categorized the farmers, farmers, those who are producers of different things in agriculture. They are like vegetable farmers, milk producers, fruit producers, grain producers, poultry and goat farmers, and other, and of course the agriculture laborers also have been seen or discussed in this particular area. So what vegetable farmers have gone through? The vegetable farmers witnessed the worst hit of lockdown as the market was completely closed, completely shut due to the pandemic, and they didn't had any, I mean, they couldn't even like take out their produce from their, even from their farm to the villages. So they had to like cut that produce at the farm itself, and they have to like through that to the animals or to the other I mean, other things. So usually what farmers do, you know, like they take lots of loans from the private money lenders, not the informal money lenders, and they sow their the seeds in the agriculture, and they whenever they get harvest, whenever they get I mean yield from their agriculture, they sell that to them, they repay the loans. So that is the situation is usually seen in across the farming communities in Marathwada or in specific to Nanded district. Due to sudden break in supply chains, these farmers couldn't send their produce to the market. Perishability of vegetables couldn't save the cold storages, couldn't be saved by the cold storages, as the non-availability of cold storages where they can store, where I mean these are all the perishable products. So these products couldn't be stored by the cold storages. So that is also one of the reason they had to go through the huge loss about this particular category. Milk producers, like many of the milk producers families livelihood are totally dependent upon the sale of milk. Now it's been more than 6 months, they are still struggling to regularize the sale of their milk. Hotels, tea points, dairy shops were completely closed from March to till July, and now also the restrictions are still there on these points. But certainly the government is like taking out the restrictions. But still, the regularization of milk production, the regularization of like milk chain hasn't been yet started. So that these farmers also have like seen a very huge loss of their produce. Fruit farmers, so usually in those areas wherever I have visited, they produce the watermelon, banana, mango, guava, and these particular crops are like they usually sow these crops, these fruits on 1 or 2 acres of their land. So in that case, like they expect that these are the very high costly fruit grains, because many farmers, many small and marginal farmers do not get do not have courage to have this kind of crops in those locations. But some of them have had courage to like sow the watermelon, banana, mango, and guava kind of fruits in those locations. But unfortunately, the lockdown, the COVID-19 like overall situation have like hit at them very badly, and they had to throw the products to their in their farms. Then like if you see producers such as like other crop producers, wheat, jawar, gram, jawar is sorghum, which is called in English, gram, oil seeds, turmeric are the rabi crops, which were like about to harvest at the time of before the time of the lockdown. the timely sale of these products is very, very essential in those locations. Most of the farmers are indebted and they have to repay the loans on the given time. If they will not be able to sell all these crops, all these products or yields, they will not be able to sell they I mean they will not I mean they couldn't be able to sell their products, so they have been late to repay the loans whichever they have taken from the private money lenders. And as most of we know that like the private money lenders will not leave them or they will not give any subsidies or any kind of kind of like reliefs to them. They will charge it more and more, and they will put them into a very, very distressed situations where these farmers can go to the highest level of distress and they may commit suicide also. So that kind of situations also have been seen in most of the amongst most of the farming communities. Actually, if they will be able to repay the loans previously taken loans, then only they can avail the another loan for the another season of crops. So the monsoon season, most of the farmers couldn't get the loans or the I mean the inputs because of the lack of money or lack of the loans. So many of them couldn't and they have to take like more priced loans also. So that is also one of the major problem have been seen about this particular category. As we all know, the rumors about poultry and goat farmers, rumors about chicken meat have had a very bad impact on these farmers. Like many poultry farms and goat farmers have like collapsed, and they had witnessed a huge loss in their businesses. So they have come into the very poor situations. As we have had, I mean, in the today's session in the inaugural session by Professor Yunus, he has said that the humans are quite opportunistic. Humans are quite selfish. So this selfishness, this opportunisticness, have been seen by the private buyers, the private money lenders. So they have taken this opportunity, this situation as an opportunities, and they have again they have started exploiting these farmers again in terms of buying their products with a very cheaper prices, in terms of giving them loan with a very high cost, high rates of interest. So this kind of opportunities, this kind of selfishness have been seen in the amongst the private buyers and money lenders. They have literally looted these farmers. Like I have also visited several shops of the private buyers. There they have like the lockdown was till 12 o'clock in the afternoon. So till that time, whatever farmers will go to sell their products in those shops, they have been asked at a very cheaper price of they couldn't I mean they couldn't meet even the input cost of their crops. So that was the situation have been seen, and that was one of the very exploitative attitude of the people, those who were buyer and the so-called uh, like uh, people, those who claim themselves as they are the savers of farmers. Now, the further challenges in front of these farming communities and of course the labor communities. Now, how they will survive, like with the huge indebtedness, with the huge challenges, with the livelihood insecurity. I mean, many people have called farming as a business, but this is not a business. This is the source of livelihood of the people, those who are dependent upon that. So, what they will do with these particular situations, like with this havoc like situations. Repayment of loan is also one of the challenges in front of these farmers, as they are totally depend upon the monsoon season now. Health facilities, as we all know, in most of the parts of India, in rural areas specifically, this is quite like worrying factor, and people are not at all the government health facilities are not at all accessible, or people's attitudes towards health facilities, government health facilities are very poor, and the private health practitioners are looting the farmers or the poor of those locations. Children's education, since today morning we are having lots of discussions about the education. So I mean, what about these students, the children's education? I mean, most of them are not having Android phones, most of them are not having internet connectivity, most of them are not even having the electricity is also one of the major challenges in the rural locations. So how they will avail the online education, and if the I mean, hoping so that the situation will be normalized. So later on, the health risks of these children, who will take care of all those things, because they don't even have any kind of out pocket expenses or the insurances which are usually taken by the formal people, those who are economically well. One of the very important point which I have added here, that is courage. Now, like those who have lost, those who have made some experiences by coming out of their traditional ways of farming, how they will gain that courage again? That is one of the major challenge. How they will take the risks of having businesses, having small kind of like steps, such as poultry farm, goat farms, or some kind of like milk production, or milk, some dairy productions. So how that kind of courage will be gained by these farmers? That is also one of the challenges in this situation. Distress and suicides. As I said already, that many people are committing suicides that are not being reported in the police stations or the formal mechanisms, because of some the awareness about the awareness, or because of the lockdowns. I mean, previously also many people have couldn't report the suicides. And at this present time, since last 8 days, Marathwada, which is one of the very drought prone area of Maharashtra and perhaps India, and in this particular time, like since last 8 days, the huge water logging in the different fields of the farmers have destroying the crops, and many farmers are like having the crop loss because of this particular crop this particular water logging. So already farmers are have gone through these particular situations, these particular issues, and now these situations, the water logging or the heavy rainfall in those locations, are creating manifold challenges in front of these farmers. Uh, some of the things which I have drawn to, which can mitigate the situation. Employment guarantee scheme, that is called Mahatma Gandhi National Employment Guarantee Act. That has to be very strictly implemented in all the locations, the rural locations, which is again one of the concern. Focus on agro-based industries to create job opportunities. As Professor Yunus also today morning was focusing on that. People, those who were reversely migrated, they shouldn't reverse back to the cities now. They should have the job opportunities at their places only. They should have they should have their settlements there itself, so that the same pre-COVID situation shouldn't come again in their lives. At least now the government should have balanced focused on rural and urban localities. Usually we have seen across the country or across the different countries, we have seen that the focus of the government have always been more on the urban localities. So now at least governments of all the countries should realize that the focus should be on both of the areas, that is rural and urban areas. Facilities in rural areas such as health, education, transportation, market links should be provided. Easy access to farmer credit system should also be there, and many people have also raised this particular concern. Agro processing units based on the crop yields of those areas, like what is happening nowadays, in most of the areas of Marathwada, that crops in those locations, the crops are being turmeric is being produced in that location, and the industries of turmeric are there in different locations. So that kind of things should not be there. Now at least people should have whatever crops gets ill in those locations, there should be some processing units of those areas. And media attention is one of the very questionable. As per my measurements, most of the like top media channels nowadays are totally busy in some of the like very like which are not at all concerned issues of the poor peoples of the or like 90% of the peoples of this country. So this kind of such kind of issues are being highlighted on media, and the issues which are related to people's livelihood, which are the issues which are related to people's lives, the issues which are related to people's like survival, these kind of issues are not being highlighted by media. So that kind of sensitization amongst media channels should be there. So these are the things which I have observed, which I wanted to tell in this particular talk. And at the end, I would like to end my presentation with this particular quote given by Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore. What he said in one of his poems that food is a source of wealth, but the food production is source of endless miseries. So these endless miseries are still continued in most of the like farmers of our country. So with this, I would like to thanks again to all of you for patiently listening to the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very important presentation and discussion you have done. Before I think we'll be putting across the questions of participants, we will do a quick sum of whatever we have discussed today, because these are all varied topics and all very, very important in reference to what has been this symposium and conference theme. This symposium was supposed to initiate dialogue on COVID-19 and the specific impact of COVID-19 on various sectors. What has been the global response, and how do we enhance resilience? And possibly in months to come and years to come, possibly how are we going to look forward to issues of survival during this pandemic situation. So to begin with, before I give my comments and observations, I'd like to thank NES Ratnam College, the organizing team, Yunus Center, participating entity and organizing team, and Venuganga Foundation. I believe during these tough times, such kind of interdisciplinary discussion was very, very important. Going beyond boundaries which sometimes academics sets for us, management or political science or sociology, we sometimes need to dismantle those boundaries so that different thoughts come on the table. And this symposium, this conference actually has created that kind of forum. So I thank the entire organizing committee for coming out with some such kind of very important and well needed discussion forum. I'd like to make my first observation on presentation of Mr. Praveen. He spoke on COVID-19's impact on construction industry, and he gave many observations related to his experience of working in the construction industry. One question which I'd like to put to Mr. Praveen, definitely you can answer later, not immediately, will be, you spoke about various stages of process of industrialization, automation, etc. And you kind of created a sketch for construction industry, that how the progress has happened over a period of time. You spoke about water and steam, then electricity, and then you spoke about how today when you look at industry, it is based on a lot of intervention of artificial intelligence and data analytics. I'd like to understand from you, what's your take on that when you look at your industry, construction industry, definitely adoption of technology and what is pertinent in today's time, that is adoption of AI, etc. is all okay. But how do you look at impact of the same on society? Because I believe even in your presentation, you spoke about that how this is going to cut down on job opportunities. So the opportunities for humans in the industry are going to go down. How do you view that? I'd like to definitely understand from you. And I did enjoy your presentation, so thank you so much. Olga, you spoke about society and reaction of society to COVID-19 pandemic, and you pointed out how discontent has increased, anxiety has increased, and in order to match up to these challenges, it's very, very important for us to understand that what is the source and appreciate the concerns. Then only possibly the address to this anxiety and distress can be made. You also spoke about that access to medical services is a challenge everywhere. You are based in Russia, so you were speaking about your experiences which you are having in your country, but I believe the same experiences existing in India. So definitely you have raised pertinent points, and I like to understand from other participants that what they have to express as a thought on your points of deliberation, cross-country experiences when we look at. Mr. Ravi Ramachandran, your presentation on the company which you are working for in Australia, and the business experience which you had when your company has been building up internet connectivity across Australia and funded and supported by Government of Australia. So you spoke about how you have been able to enhance customer experiences during this pandemic. But here, one question to you from my side. Again, you can answer this later. Don't you feel that pandemic, because internet was a must, pandemic created an absolute need for internet services, which you also pointed out in your presentation. And because internet was must and a need, if it was being provided, customers felt happy. There was no disruption, customers felt happy. But will this dissatisfaction not again increase once we are out of COVID-19? So is your company looking at that kind of situation as well? Okay, so that I'd like to understand. And just one observation, when you talk about business transformation, you need disruption. In your industry, possibly a big disruptor has been COVID pandemic, and after it ends, how do you will like to continue to sustain? Because that again will be a challenge for you. So that is something I'd like to know from you. Tatiana, I enjoyed your presentation. You spoke about cultural evolution theory and you linked it to COVID-19 pandemic, and you again pointed out some very, very important observations which are being experienced by all of us across societies, no matter which country we are in, whether it is Russia or India or the country which you are based right now in, which is UAE. So you spoke about how income stability, which was kind of norm across countries, developed markets, UAE, etc., suddenly has been disrupted. How the family stability also is disrupted, and how rise in income insecurity possibly is leading to anxiety, depression. In addition to that, increase in feeling of xenophobia, authoritarian policies are growing, ethnocentric solidarity is increasing, and these are real threats to society. Here you spoke about how do we survive, and you definitely linked it to by saying that in case we give more opportunities for self-expression, can that lead to better strategy for survival? But then my question to you will be, when we talk about self-expression, and today the medium for self-expression is internet, where on account of anonymity which sometimes internet offers, the social media platforms offer, in fact you can say anything, and sometimes what you say may be extremely xenophobic, maybe extremely ethnocentric. So don't you think that when we talk about self-expression and there are no limits on that, maybe further disruption of the society may increase? What has been your feeling on that? Social media influence on xenophobia, self-expression, and possibly its impact on some of these things. And finally, Mr. Praveen Gunnar, you spoke about impact of COVID-19 on farmers, Nanded district, and you again raised some very strong issues which farmers have been facing. Say, for example, those who are producing perishable products couldn't sell their products during pandemic. Entire crop of what they had produced got destroyed. This was applicable to vegetable producers, fruit producers, milk producers. You also spoke about challenge for food grain producers who couldn't sell on time and the loan liability they faced. You spoke about poultry farmers and the kind of challenge they have encountered until now, possibly because the consumers have become very conscious and they are not buying meat the way they used to buy. They're not buying poultry products. So there is a challenge out there. And you spoke about challenge of getting fresh loans. You spoke about challenge of other farm loans. You spoke about related challenges, health, loan repayment, education of children, continuity of the same, and now floods in Marathwada district. You gave certain solutions. You said maybe Manrega can be one of ways to tackle this, or agro-based industries, etc. From my side, my domain is business, and interdisciplinary discussion, when it happens, definitely it creates room for greater discussion. So question from my side to you will be, there is this concept of producer companies in business where producers can come together. So small and medium farmers can come together and create producer companies. And there are in fact many in Maharashtra. In fact, Maharashtra has been leading state in terms of producer companies. And our experience as consumers who are living in mega cities has been that this pandemic for the first time made farm to fork successful. That is, those who were producers were able to connect directly to the consumers, but definitely there they needed some strength. It was through certain producer companies that experience was possible. So what do you think can be implication in case such kind of models can also be tried out? So that will be my question. And I'll not say now much. I think all of you were brilliant. All of you are experts in your own domain, and all of you contributed immensely to what this conference was meant for. This conference was meant for initiating dialogue on COVID-19 and its sectoral impact, global response, how do we enhance resilience. So now floor is yours, and I'll request now one by one, like one of you can speak. So can we go in the order of your presentation? Mr. Praveen, in case there is any other question to you, that also I'll put across. Can we start with you? Is Mr. Praveen, you are there? Can you unmute yourself? Is Mr. Praveen there, first presenter of the day? Okay. So I'll move to the next speaker, Olga.
Okay. In order to answer your question, I would like to say that I suppose that the different access to medicine and medical services becomes a main reason for social discontent during COVID-19. What I can say about Russia, actually in Russia, all people received medical services, but if you are rich and have more money, you received better services. And if you are a simple person who just asked about assistance, you can become, how to say, a patient of a clinic, even if you have no COVID-19, and spend there about 2 months. For example, whereas you are without any problems with COVID, but yes, some people that had COVID, they also received service, but here I would say that I also compared our situation not only in Russia, but also with the United States of America and Western Europe. And as we know, for example, that in the United States of America, there was very many deaths due to COVID-19, and people who are without money, they didn't receive necessary assistance. So here, of course, social inequality influence on your possibility to be healthy and happy, as our, how to say, our reporter told today. I told about, I tell about Tatiana, but we in fact, we have different level of assistance, even in Russia, in accordance with your ability to pay or not pay for medical services. This is my answer.
Yeah, thank you so much, Olga. Any other question if there is for Olga? In the message window, I cannot see any other question which is posted to you, Olga. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I believe, Mr. Praveen, now you can speak.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. And the question raised by you about the employment cut is very important. And as per a recent study, it is estimated that this introduction of new advanced technologies in construction sector will cut about 60 to 70% jobs. So these conventional jobs, which are basically at the lower level, site level jobs, which are generally opted by the low skilled person, so they will face joblessness in coming 5 to 10 years. But what will happen because of introduction of new technology, new set of job will be created in a new domain, but that domain will be highly technical. So new skill set will be required to perform the job responsibilities. So I have fear that because of introduction of technology, this will bring it will cause a uneven social development, and the lower strata of our society will face a severe job issue. That's my answer, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen. In fact, what you are saying is definitely is a matter of concern. And I don't know how much is the seriousness of policymakers on this issue, because skill generation itself is a challenge in India. Quickly changing the education policy, which matches the requirements of emerging trends, that's still not happening in India. And specifically for those who will be losing out, reskilling them itself again is going to be a challenge. And are we really ready as a society for that? And this is a very India specific challenge. There are certain other countries which are already doing it. So it's a matter of concern. Thank you so much, Mr. Praveen. As I stated, I did enjoy your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ravi Ramachandran, can we now have you? Yes.
Sure. So I think you had raised a very important question, and it's a question that as an organization we are actually facing as we speak. Now, the way I describe this is there is a model called the Kano model by Professor Noriaki Kano from Japan. I don't know if you've heard of it. And what that, I mean, at a super high level, it says that today's innovation becomes tomorrow's expectation, right? So a simple example is phones and cameras. 15 years ago, if somebody said, hey, you know, your phone will have a camera through which you can take high definition pictures, you'd laugh and you'd say, wow, that'll be a feature that maybe 1 in 100 people might get. Whereas today it has become a basic expectation. I can assure you everyone in this call will have a phone, and that phone will have a camera through which you can take high definition pictures. So at NBN, the challenge we are facing is exactly that. So today, while we can say, hey, we've got the DSAT down to 13%, the challenge is staying there, sustaining it. Because tomorrow, if it becomes 14% or higher, then what has happened is we've gone back. Whereas if you look at it, our target was 16. So we can still say, okay, you know what, we were 17 before, and now we brought it to 12. It's risen to 13. That's fine, but we're still below target. Customers don't work by that logic. That's how businesses run. But for customers, from a psychological perspective, anything that goes over 13 is bad. That's how they view it. So our challenge is to maintain it. And this is why I think post-COVID organizations, especially like ours that's going through rapid transformation, need to be quick learning organizations. What that means is you need systems, practices, processes in place where learnings are captured. Those learnings are fed into the business machine again and made sure that it is incorporated into work instructions, training, etc. Because this just cannot be a once-off initiative. Because transformation is a project across the globe. Transformation is a project. Yeah, you might be transforming a system, process, and organization, but it'll have a start and an end date. Post every transformation, there should be some sort of a system or a mechanism to capture those lessons learned. That's what we're trying to do right now, is trying to feed those lessons into the operations arms of the business, so that those practices can be taken forward. Easier said than done, though, because in any large organization, and I'm sure all of you will realize that there are so many factors that will kind of take you this side or that side. So trying to stay the course is the hard part. But I fully acknowledge your concern, and it is definitely something on our radar.
Ma'am, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ravi. Thank you so much. I do not see any other participants' question for you right now. So I'll move to the next speaker of the panel.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tatinia.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. So I got two questions, one from Dr. Smither, the moderator of the session, and one from Professor Olga. So I tried to answer Olga's questions in the chat. So actually you can see my answer. So I will continue with Dr. Smither questions regarding the social media effects and influence on xenophobia and further disruptions, right, in the societies. So indeed, social media plays a huge role now, especially in the younger generations. So they feel more freedom there to express the ideas and other stuff. And we see that many countries actually they reacting to this issue in a different way. So in some countries, we can find the strict restrictions on expressing any xenophobic ideas in the online public space. And actually, for example, in the UAE, there are the fines, and police is monitoring what is and who is saying or expressing any kind of disruptive messages. So in other countries, we can see less monitored reaction by the police or government and so on. But what I wanted to agree with you that social media help people to organize for different movements more easy. Easier, right? So to either it is a protest or it's any other social movements towards or against some kind of actions or events in the country. So indeed, social media is now a big platform to organize different type of social movements and share ideas, express ideas, and it might be a kind of a disease itself. So when the thinking and ideas are transforming easily, especially to the young mindsets as young generations. So absolutely true. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Yeah, and I also went through your answer, which I believe Olga had asked you, the question which Olga had placed. Even this issue which Olga raised as a question, I think that's very important. In India also, when we look at young generation means those who have been born after era 1980s, etc. Yes, this new experience has been extremely challenging for them, and though I cannot make this comment because there is no data to back what I'm trying to say at the moment, but yes, there has been a trend where suicide is being considered as one of the options to escape, and we are witnessing some of the cases out here, but I'll not like to generalize because still data is not good enough to make an observation on the same. But yes, that's a challenge as well. So thank you so much, Tatinia, for your participation. I'll move to Praveen Kunnar. Yes, what would you like to say?
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. You have raised very pertinent questions related to my presentation. Your first question, perhaps it is not a question, it is actually a suggestion, which is one of the very good suggestion have been come across from many of the agricultural experts, that having cooperative farming, like all the small and marginal farmers will come together, and if they will have cooperative farming or cooperative like companies, producing companies would be one of the very good thing for them to come out of their distress or critical situations. But unfortunately, in those locations in Marathwada or in most of the areas of that location, this has been somehow successful in some of the parts of Western Maharashtra. But in Marathwada or in Vidarbha have been not successful. The reason behind this is usually that the farmers are saying that we don't even have a small capital to have a little investment in anywhere, because they are still struggling for the livelihood. Hence, they are not taking those initiatives, that kind of courage to have producing companies or getting consensus for having cooperative farming. So that is one of the challenge. But this is one of the very good suggestions which may take them out from the situations which they are going through so far. And the other comment which you have had, that farm to fork concept, this particular concept is personally feel that this is one of the very ideal concept, where we feel that people be living in cities or people living in households, they will feel that if we will have the fresh products or fresh produce from the farm to directly to their kitchens, so that will be one of the very good thing for farmers also. But unfortunately, if you see the agrarian chain, in that chain, there are many actors which perform, which share the cost of that particular product. So this have been tried by some of the people, some of the companies like Reliance Fresh, Godrej, like Star Basket, some of the vegetable, these some of the business models. In that too, in some of the areas like Pune or like nearby areas of Mumbai, but that also has lots of challenges, because these people, those who directly go to the farm, or to like directly in Marathi we call it on directly on the bandhavar. So on that places, you know, like their choices, their like prices are very, like very much differs. So the, I mean, agriculture product will not be similar. The crops will not be similar as they expect. So these are the challenges. But if the farm to fork will concept will work, actually work in the areas, will be really good. So yeah, this is my answer to both of your queries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Praveen. And I also completely agree with you that saying is one thing, but getting it implemented is altogether different. And small and medium farmers, I think the biggest challenge for them is they don't have enough financial resources. In addition to that, understanding of how possibly markets work and supply chain can be created for their product to reach cities itself is a challenge for them. So till this aspect is not also looked into, maybe the farm to fork model will not be extremely successful. So if these two things can be taken care of, maybe it may work well. But at the moment, whatever other challenges are one which are actually existing, and farmers have been hit, in addition to when we look at industries being hit, agricultural sector also has been hit badly. So I believe for all the participants today, speakers today, it must have been a nice experience. We heard from different industry representation. So we had one sector representation, agriculture. We had representation from broadband industry. We had representation from construction industry. Professors, faculty members who are understanding and researching on society's social aspects, view of them. So it has been a very, very enriching experience. So from my side, that is all. And I pass on now the forum to organizers.
Distinguished speaker, chair, ladies and gentlemen. As we have come to the end of this session, it is my great honor to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of Water Policy Center. I would like to express our gratitude and sincere thanks to Dr. Smita Shukla for accepting our request to chair the session. We would like to extend our sincere thanks to all the speakers for delivering such a comprehensive and insightful presentation. We are honored to have all the speakers with us here today. We would like to acknowledge our gratitude to our friends from the diplomatic committee, experts, academia, media, and different organizations. Last but not the least, I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for our audience who participated in this webinar and those who are watching us live. We are truly honored to have you all with us since morning and hope to stay connected with you in future as well. I request all of you to kindly join us for the next session. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Smita Madam, for chairing the session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
I think I am not visible here because of technical issue, but I'm here.
Yes.
This is another session. Thank you, Praveen College sir. Thank you, Ravindra Ramchandra sir, and Olga, Professor Olga, Professor Tatiana, Praveen Gunnar, all the speakers. Thank you for joining this session and thank you for accepting our invitation. Keep in touch in future as well. We can have some more events, more kind of deliberation in the future as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the next session will begin here and we have all the speakers already. Just waiting for our chair. Just give me just two seconds. So yeah, we can just meanwhile we can check the audio on this. Hello, Dr. Sataro. Can you just unmute yourself? So we will check.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Hi.
Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Welcome. Professor Sakina ma'am, can you just unmute? Yeah, now, yes. Yeah, now you can do. Now you can do.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Hi. Thanks, Mr. Bavaskar.
Thank you for accepting our invitation. Actually, for coming for this event.
Actually, thank you for inviting me on this. I've been listening to all the sessions since morning. It's amazing.
Okay. Yeah. Professor Tiwari, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine. Also,
Yeah, it's
yeah, I'm happy to join.
yeah, it's long.
Yes,
Thank you,
we
thank
could
you.
not meet since long, and I think this is a better
Yeah, I
way to
think
meet during
it's
COVID
almost
time.
10 years.
Yes, yes,
Yes. Professor, yeah, Dr. Pooja Sharma, can you just, yeah.
A very warm greeting, sir, and it's a pleasure to be part of this discussion. So thank you for inviting me. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and accepting our invitation. Aruna, what about Balaji sir? Has he joined? Just unmute yourself first. What happened? Sir is there. Sir is there. Yeah, he's joined. He's joined. Yes, Professor Balaji Kendra sir, welcome. Just unmute yourself. Just unmute yourself. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Aruna, who is moderating the session? Vasudha.
Yes.
Yes, Vasudha. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, sir. So I will begin. So hello, everyone. Very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are watching. And I welcome you all in this fifth session on behalf of the Water Policy Center COVID-19 Dialogue, Sectoral Impacts, Global Response, and Enhancing Resilience to the Future Pandemics. It gives me a great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers, chair, and participants who have joined us in this session. To chair this session, we have Dr. Balaji Kendra sir with us today, and it is my great pleasure to introduce the chairperson. So, Dr. Balaji Kendra is the head and professor at Department of Sociology and the director of Rajiv Gandhi Center for Contemporary Studies, University of Mumbai. He is also a life member of Indian Sociological Society, New Delhi, Marathi Samaj Shastra Parishad, Pune, Shivaji Vidyapeeth Samaj Shastra Parishad, Kolhapur, and the Indian Science Congress Association, Kolkata. His broader area of interest lies in sociology of marginalized groups in India, sociology of migration, change and development, and sociology of communication, sociology of law, and sociology of education. He has also published several articles and books in national and international domain. So without extending further, let me request Dr. Balaji Kendra sir to take over the charge of this session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vasudha Maurya, for giving a very generous introduction of mine. At the outset, I'm really grateful to the organizer, particularly its director, Dr. Bavaskar, and his team for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to be a part of this particular dialogue. I also appreciate the efforts of our former student Aruna Shinde, one who has been consistently in touch with me and saying that, Kesar, you have to be part of this, and so I could not say no, because we have to be there with our students wherever they go. And as per the instructions from the organizer, Director, Water Policy Center, I'll be happy to listen to the speakers first, and then I can share my comments and remarks at the end of the presentations. So just let me know how much time we have, and accordingly we can inform to the presenters.
So the session is for 90 minutes, so each presenters will be given 12 to 15 minutes. And at the end of all the presentation, we can have a question and answer session and the comment by the chair.
Okay, sure. So all the panelists, as we heard from the organizers, we have 90 minutes, and we have 3 presenters. Each one of you can get 20 minutes for presentation, and after that we can have if required, interaction and some question answer at the end of the session. So now I request who is the first to be present, who is ready with the presentation, can begin the presentation. Because the list which I got in Pilani Mathebu, Executive Director, Institute of Global Dialogue, Pretoria, South Africa is the first, but I could not find him here in the panel.
He's here.
Greetings, colleagues.
Yes, he's there. Oh, okay.
Just
So,
switching on my video.
You can take over and you can start your presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope the audio is fine. I've structured my presentation as follows. It's essentially the African response to COVID-19, building resilience for future pandemics. And I think the first thing is really just to foreground the presentation by stating that if you look at the very early reporting around COVID-19, when China was hit relatively hard in Wuhan, when you had a spread to new epicenters in Europe, such as Italy, such as Spain, when the United States became an epicenter, the UK became an epicenter, and then we saw also Latin America becoming quite an epicenter, with particularly Brazil, Mexico. And I think what's important to note is that at that early stage, many of the world's predictions regarding what may happen on the African continent were full of doom and gloom, because the hypothesis was that African countries have relatively poor infrastructure, health infrastructure, social distancing is difficult in overcrowded cities on the continent. And there was generally a concern that once COVID-19 took root on the African continent, that you would see a health disaster. We're seeing now a lot of scientists throughout the world puzzling, through this question as to why Africa has been relatively spared from the health crisis that we saw in other parts of the world. Now, it has not been spared from the economic crisis that has resulted from a world that has gone into various lockdowns. However, I think it's an important point to ponder as we look at resilience, because I think what it does show is that the continent, despite limited resources, despite relatively low investments in the health infrastructure over the years, I think what's important to note is that the resilience that the continent has shown so far is relatively higher than the world expected the continent to show. However, it's also important to note that Africa has been dealing with pandemics and epidemics for many years now, whether it's the Ebola, whether it is HIV and AIDS, whether it is tuberculosis, and a whole range of illnesses that have affected the continent. And I think it must be noted that various actors on the African continent, when COVID-19 was pronounced as a pandemic, many of the countries took that very seriously because they understood that they do have limited capacity in their infrastructure and they did not want to be overrun. So you found many African countries actually even going into lockdown even before discovering cases of COVID-19. You also found cases where countries were actually going into lockdown when they only had 4 cases or 5 cases of COVID-19. In other parts of the world, you found that people were still debating what actions to take. But I think we must acknowledge that there was a decisiveness on the African continent in going into very early lockdowns. But also, I think what's important to take note of when thinking about the resilience of the continent and building resilience for future pandemics is that the COVID-19 pandemic also highlighted Africa's weaknesses when it comes to global supply chains, when it comes to essentially being at the back end of the line when it came to procuring important equipment throughout the world, various medical equipment. We saw that the continent, because of its relative power in the global landscape, found itself at the back of the line when it came to procuring important equipment. Now, the continent, understanding that, then essentially said, it's going to be important for Africa to not go, for African countries to not compete for important equipment, but rather to pool their resources and procure equipment as a collective, also in order to reduce the costs. And I think this is something that must be acknowledged when it comes to the global narrative around COVID-19, is that there was a relatively high level of coordination within the African continent, particularly from the African Union, in ensuring that you don't have a situation where African countries are essentially fighting over who can get the protective equipment first. And I think that was quite important in ensuring greater resilience on the continent. However, for future pandemics, it's become quite important to note that African countries will have to invest more in regional value chains, in the creation of regional value chains, because it is quite clear that whilst COVID-19 and while this current pandemic is the worst in 100 years, it is quite clear that it is not the last pandemic, and that as a continent, we have to prepare for future pandemics, and we have to be more resilient, even more resilient than we were in the current pandemic. And in doing that, it's going to be important for African countries as regions, so as sub-regions, but also as a collective, to ensure that when Africa is engaging with its important external actors, whether it is India, whether it is China, whether it's the European Union, whether it is the United States, Turkey, and a whole range of actors who have an interest in Africa, it's going to be important for African countries to coordinate their relations with external actors to ensure that those relations are actually acting as catalysts in building greater resilience and in building regional value chains. And doing that is not something that is anti-globalization. And at the same time, it is not something that goes towards a heavily nationalistic response. No, it's about ensuring that as the processes of globalization continue, that as a region, the continent also has important value chains, manufacturing of certain material, vital medical equipment, because we saw that when countries realized that they could not procure the medical equipment fast enough, you also saw local entrepreneurs beginning to actually produce some of that equipment themselves. And I think that was quite encouraging. And if we encourage also those measures, it will also build resilience moving into the future. So I just thought it's important to highlight these particular aspects. A last one maybe that I could point out is that an often understudied area when it comes to the African response to COVID-19 is that many people on the African continent, outside even of the directives of the state, have relied on traditional knowledge, which has been passed on from generations to generations, and have relied on the use of traditional medicines, not as a cure, so it's not that there's a certified cure now from the various traditional medicines, but what they have done is to seek to boost the immune systems of people. So people have relied on certain traditional medicines that are known to boost their immune systems. And this is an area that will also need further research, because we do need to understand what impact that has had on the continent. And I think this is also going to be important moving forward in terms of building resilience, because countries have to rely on what they have, not on what they do not have. And in what they have, they need to harness that and in order to build greater resilience moving ahead. So just as a final statement, I think whilst Africa is definitely negatively impacted by COVID-19, particularly when it comes to the economy, and also when it comes to meeting the various development measures, I do think it is also important to understand why the continent has been relatively less affected than other countries in terms of the health effects of COVID-19. And I think it's important to note that the years preceding the onset of COVID-19, when Africa was dealing with whether it's malaria, whether it's HIV, whether it's TB, whether it's Ebola, all of those experiences, and in working with the international community, actually assisted the continent in building a certain level of resilience, which they then used for COVID-19. And the argument is that we need to look at these areas and need to understand how the continent can ensure that the forthcoming pandemics, that we can actually confront them in an even more resilient way. So with that, colleagues, I think let me end my conversation, or at least my presentation. Thank you.
Just a minute. Thank you, Dr. Filani Mathembu, for sharing your very pertinent observation on the topic. Now I request Satoru Nagao, a visiting fellow of Hudson Institute, USA. He will be talking on the topic geopolitics in Indo-Pacific region, great power rivalry. So I request you, sir, to go ahead and stick up to the time, that is 15 minutes. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. So I will use a PowerPoint. So I will share the display. So I just now shared my display. So can you see?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Presentation also. Yeah.
Okay, I'll start now. Compare with other presenter, the topic is a little different. Maybe this is a viewpoint from the East Asia. But thank you very much for giving me a chance to make presentation. It is an honor for me. The presentation is a geopolitics in the Indo-Pacific region. Great power rivalry, especially the US-China. So US-China competition and how should India and Japan respond is a topic. I belong to the US think tank, Hudson Institute now, and analyzes the US strategy today. But this is a perspective from Japan. So I need to explain why I choose this title. Indeed, the US-China competition has been escalating. This is my picture. So Vice President Mike Pence, US Vice President Mike Pence remarked to the Hudson Institute in October 2018, point to the China threat. So maybe I'm a good businessman and advertise my working place. But this is one example to indicate that even before the COVID-19 crisis, the United States has already been stepping up pressure on China. But the COVID-19 crisis accelerates the situation. So firstly, because the novel COVID-19 virus oriented in China, and Beijing conceals the information that ultimately lead to the rapid global spread. But while the world faces a fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic, China has undertaken a large number of aggressive military operations throughout the Indo-Pacific region. That is another reason. In the East China Sea, Beijing has increased its military and paramilitary activities around Senkaku Island of Japan, and passed Japanese fishing boat inside of Japanese territorial sea. In Taiwan, the Chinese Coast Guard ship shot in the air and rammed the Chinese Coast Guard ship from the rear. And moreover, Chinese fighter jet has repeatedly entered Taiwan airspace. And as a Hong Kong, China passed a national security law to crack down on democratic movement supported by the most of the residents. And in the South China Sea, China is very busy. Activity are very fluent. In April 2020, it sank the Vietnamese vessel boat. And on Dispute Island that it built, it has recently established new districts and 2 research facilities in the attempt to legitimize its claim. And it has fortified them by deploying new military aircraft. Chinese survey ship escorted by the Coast Guard ship also entered the Vietnamese and Malaysia's exclusive economic zone to further military research. Moreover, China dispatched aircraft carrier battle group around Japan, Taiwan, and the South China Sea to hold exercises and intimidate these countries. So in yet another incident, the Chinese fleet dispatched near Hawaii targeted the US military planes with laser in the international airspace. In the Indian Ocean, China sent 12 drones to collect information that can be used for Beijing submarine activities. And in the Indo-China border area, 5,000 Chinese troops entered the Indian side and clashed with Indian forces. The 20 brave Indian soldiers were sacrificed their lives. All of this has taken place during the COVID-19 crisis. So furthermore, since the pandemic will undoubtedly affect the outcome of the US presidential election in November, so United States is very frustrated with China. Therefore, the US-China relation are becoming increasingly tense, and other countries must adapt to new circumstances. For India and Japan, this situation raises three questions. What change should we expect from the escalation in US-China tensions? What problems will we face? Or how should we respond? So what change should India and Japan expect from the escalation is the first topic. For India and Japan, most important question influencing long-term planning is which side likely to win? China or US? United States is now world's only superpower, a status it acquired by defeating Germany, Japan, and then Soviet Union. Can we learn the lesson from the history? Japan has unfortunate the tragic history of war with the United States. Yet precisely for that reason, it can confidently tell the world not to underestimate US policy toward China. During the 1920s, the US developed a set of hypothetical war scenario for engaging other countries, a common practice in the scenario planning. Before the World War II, the US plan for confrontation with Japan was known as Orange Plan. Though it was not precisely executed, it did indicate a general strategic direction. So similarly, the US had a war plan prior to confront with Germany in World War II as a Black Plan. But when this plan was declassified in 1974, people were surprised because before World War II, there is another plan. The US also had a war plan to confront British and Canada as a Red Plan. So this fact indicating that US prepare for all scenarios, even unlikely one. Therefore, the Japanese take seriously the US frustration with China, believe that Washington has a plan for confronting Beijing. So additional evidence suggests that recent US actions are part of long-term strategy. An example is the US-China high-tech war, technological war. And Washington banned a product made by Huawei and ZTE. This process started during the Obama administration, which in 2012 published an investigative report on the US national security issue hosted by Chinese telecommunication companies, Huawei and ZTE. After its publication, the US government began to ban federal agencies from purchasing from the two Chinese telecom companies. Washington has merely begun to implement this long-term strategy more aggressively. So if the US has a plan, why has it recently stepped up its effort against China? The first reason is Beijing's activity are very challenging. But secondly, now is the best chance the US will get, because the country might only be able to win if it step up now. Some simple fact confirms that now is the best time for the US to pressure China. So next slide is, this is defense spending. The US spend more on defense. So if the US is 100, China is 25. That what is 2018, when the US start to say that China is a strategic competitor. But when we check the GDP, US 100 versus China 60. When we check the research and development budget, if US is 100, China is 80. So if the US act now, it will have the advantage over China. But without such efforts, there is a possibility that US advantages will decline one by one. So if so, what kind of strategy will the Washington choose? Simply said, militarily, the US has tried to maintain a balance. But economically, the US has tried to decouple from China and make it poorer. Simply said, make China poor again. So US decided to balancing strategy because China's pattern published a slide that showed why balancing strategy is best option. This one. This slide shows that China's maritime expansion has been based on military balance. When France, US, Soviet Union withdrew from South China Sea, it emboldened China. Following each country's withdrawal from the region, China expanded its presence and occupied islands and reefs, which is Philippines and Vietnam claim. Therefore, we must prioritize maintaining a military balance with China to avoid creating power vacuum. But economically, the US will make China poor again, because China's problem is problem of money. When China has enough money, it can rapidly modernize its military. China's wealth also shows it to invest a great deal of money in small countries. The small countries' indebtedness allows China to expand its influence there. And the countries with significant China's investment and debt hesitate to criticize China, even if it does not follow the international rule. So for this reason, United States will use a trade war, economic sanctions, or other means in attempt to weaken the China economically. So what problem will India and Japan face as a result of new policy? Militarily, Washington has asked its allies to increase their defense spending and shoulder more of the security burden. Economically, it will also impose sanctions against government officials and companies that trade with China. So how should India and Japan respond to the situation? In the long run, India and Japan will need to cooperate with the United States. Why? Because the US will win its competition with China. In the short run, however, India and Japan must adapt to new emerging reality. There are two things we should do. First, we should improve our own defense capabilities. What is Japan doing? Japan is acquiring limited offensive capabilities and will import more than 100 F-35 stealth fighter jets from the United States. India can also increase its defense capabilities in the India-China border area by using American-made equipment, such as attack helicopters, heavy lift helicopters, ultralight howitzers, precision guide ammunitions, patrol planes, heavy and middle class transport planes that employed by Indian Army's 70 Corps and its air mobile capability of the Indian Air Force. So, and it is not only in the United States' interest, but also India's interest for India to provide security in the Indian Ocean region. Second, that we should not depend on China economically. That is another thing. Which India and Japan must reduce our economic dependence on Beijing if we wish to avoid becoming passenger on the sinking ship. Both India and Japan have already started to reduce its dependence on China. In case of Japan, for example, in April 2020, Japan earmarked 2.2 billion of its record economic stimulus package to help local manufacturers to shift productions out of China. Until September 2020, more than 1,700 Japanese companies are waiting in line to withdraw from China. Applications swell to the 11 times the budget. So indeed, many Japanese companies have already relocated their factories in China to Southeast Asia or South Asia. As a result, the number of Japanese citizens living in China is decreasing. Has gone from the 150,000 in 2012 to the 120,000 in 2018. So the number of the Japanese living in the United States, on the other hand, has increased from 410,000 in 2012 and 446,000 in 2018. So therefore, India and Japan should cooperate with the United States militarily and economically to help them come out ahead of these difficult times. That is my analysis and conclusion. Thank you very much. So I need to end my presentation and return to the display again. Wait seconds. Oh, how?
Yeah, thank you.
Give me some time to return the display. A little strange.
Okay, you just stop the presentation screen now and let us see.
Yeah, I need to end.
Just click stop presenting so that.
Yeah, I tried, but wait seconds. I need to find a way.
You can even try escape.
Escape, okay.
Yeah.
Escape?
Yeah,
what?
yeah. Escape. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Maybe
thank you, Dr. Satoru Nagao, for a wonderful presentation on the topic geopolitics in Indo-Pacific region, great power rivalry. You could really explore the different possibilities of coming to the consensus at global level by a few countries to resolve this global pandemic issue of COVID-19. I hope that we may receive few questions on this, and we will take up these questions at the end of all the presentations. Thank you. Now I welcome Professor Arvind Tiwari. He is a professor and dean, School of Law, Rights and Constitutional Governance, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, India. His topic for discussion or presentation will be lockdown and challenges of law enforcement. I welcome you, sir, to this platform once again, and now you can start your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair, sir.
Yes, sir.
And thank you. It is really, I would like to thank the organizers, particularly Rao Sahab Bavaskar, approaching me for this. And I find that, as you know, that the professor, this is our responsibility to share our views. So I have been working in the policing and the criminal justice system since last 3 decades. And this law enforcement and lockdown, when we emphasize and we discuss, this has become a very peculiar situation in our law and order uh, perspective and for the machinery of the law and order maintenance. Now, friends, I would like to just briefly tell you about the policing structure so that we can correlate our problems and challenges faced by them while enforcing the lockdown orders. One, policing in India is governed broadly by 1861 Police Act, old act. Now this has also been revised after a landmark judgment by Honorable Supreme Court of India in 2006. That is Prakash Singh versus Union of India. Then, this several governments have revised. But the basic spirit has been the same, that the police in India is not accountable to the citizen directly. They are accountable to their political masters and their hierarchy. So this is one. Second, the police in India basically comes within the state list. That means the state governments are mainly responsible for the policing and law and order. However, the central government, the union government, which we say in India, is also having other police forces which are called the Central Paramilitary Forces, CAPF, like CRPF, BSF, and there are several, 12, 13 kind of these central forces. But these are deployed with the state government just to support them. But to maintain law and order on day-to-day basis is the responsibility of the state police. And that too, within the state, there are two wings of the police. One is the civil police, which is posted in the police stations and is patrolling on the street and responsible for law and order, maintenance of law and order, and also investigation of crime, prevention of crime, and all those functions which have been assigned. So when the lockdown came, this came a very, very, very peculiar situation, as we know, for all of us, and for policing point of view and law enforcement point of view also. This was one of the very, very different and difficult kind of challenge for the police. So the police has acted on this basically broadly on 3 acts. The Police Act, and the Disaster Management Act 2005. Under that, the police has some powers. And the Epidemic Diseases Act, which is old, 1897, but some suggestions have been made amendment. And then this is, so now, policing, which has been delivered because lockdown came on 25th March. And then the challenge before the police was to maintain the social order and law and order. So one way, the curfew was imposed. Curfew means nobody should come out from their homes and with the permission of the police or there were some guidelines. Otherwise, no person should come out on the street. Then section 144 means 5 or more people cannot assemble. So this was the very, very, very peculiar situation for people also and for the police. But the social policing or the democratic policing, which we say, has emerged through this experiment that we have generally seen. And although we know that when we talk about police and we debate about the police and policing in the country or any country for that matter, there are both dimensions. They are statutory and constitutionally, they are the people, those who have to protect the rights of the people. But there are some incidences also which are reported in the media for violation of human rights of the people. So during this pandemic period, very peculiar situation was there, and policing role as a democratic and social policing emerged, and two sides of the policing have emerged broadly. One, to maintain public order, so means law and order, rules, regulations, mask, the people, those who were unnecessarily roaming on the street, how to control them, those who are not wearing masks, how to control them, as well as also to provide the social service to the people. Because if you will see, there are several reports from the media. They have given protection to the corona warriors. They have given services to the older people, senior citizens. Even some places the police has also distributed the food to the needy and poor people, and also health workers, they have given the protection. Several examples are there state-wise that the policing, we have never seen such kind of social policing phase prior to corona period. So police, as we know in our country, there are few problems and challenges. One is this, that in India, police and public ratio is very low. It is 193 for 100,000 people. 193. And the several complexity of crime and criminality are emerging in the society, and police has to maintain it. So this is one challenge. Another challenge is that who are these people, those who are joining the police force? Now, friends, during 6-7 years in India, across the states, the policing pattern is very much changing. One, that all constables, those who are at the lower rung, constables are at the lower rung, they are more than graduate. And there's many of them are engineering graduate, many of them are from different streams. So educational status of the constable has increased, plus their awareness and their sensitivity towards community has also increased. But still the violations, if you will see, are also, if you see the reports of the various NGOs and the National Human Rights Commission and some judgments, the violations incidences are also increased. So there is some mismatch. Where is the mismatch? The mismatch is one, regarding their training. Now we are getting better qualified people in comparison to the earlier years. They are able to equip the soft skills which could be provided, but the training, and training particularly in the soft skill, is not up to date in the training schools for the constables and the academies for the inspectors and other senior officers. So training to the soft skills is one area where the police was lacking, and particularly like community policing, because the social policing, as I said in the beginning, that the aspect of social policing emerged during corona period. So such kind of training, how to act when the people are in need, the much training is not provided to the police officials in the during the training, their basic training when they are doing. However, they have also popped up with the new challenges, and they have supported the people. Another side also, friends, I would like to draw your attention for the rule of law. Rule of law says that yes, we have certain rights, and also the duty bearers are responsible and accountable for protection of the rights. But our constitution also says fundamental duties. We should also have certain duties, and citizens are also equal partner in enhancing social order, social security, social safety, and also, like, if we'll see the Sustainable Development Goal 16 says very clearly that access to justice and justice institution is under the Sustainable Development Goal. That means earlier the policing was considered as a law enforcement and the law of apparatus of the law enforcement, and that was limited just to that extent. But now the policing has become a partner in the developmental process. Developmental paradigm has included the safety, security, and the policing aspect. So one is that sometimes the unruly behavior of the citizens. Some citizens deliberately, they would like to, because they do not have any respect for rule of law, and they violate the rule of law. You may have heard and seen many incidences on TV screens that, like in Patiala in Punjab, one ASI and some police official, when they were trying to just cross-check the one vehicle which was entering in the vegetable market, they got down the miscreant and the people, and they have chopped off one hand of the ASI, assistant sub inspector. And in several incidences, the police people were attacked by the people. So this is one way that how we can also inculcate a culture of duties within us, but at the same time, the more accountability on the police, because police has also violated in some places the human rights of people and some kind of custodial death, like custodial death in Tamil Nadu, where son and father, they were badly beaten up and they died in the police custody. So there is a very peculiar kind of image of the police. One way, they have protected the rights of the people. They have provided support to the senior citizens. They have arranged to send the cakes and other things to the children during their birthdays. They have provided food to the many people, those who are needy, uh, protection to the corona warriors, the health workers and others. So one way the social policing aspect has come, and also another way to maintain of the public order. Friend, I would like to, so we have relationship with the police of love and hate. We cannot function without the police, but we need a police in a democracy which will respect and protect the rights of the people. But we have to see the policing in the political reform agenda. None of the political parties are serious for having the foolproof police reform as directed by the Honorable Supreme Court in Prakash Singh versus Union of India judgment. Transfer and posting, several issues are there. I don't have much time to talk. But one thing I'm telling you that the political will is not there to have the adequate police reform, and as well as also we need to strengthen their training. We have to several lakhs of vacancies are there which are not being filled across the states. Why? Because no political party, no political establishment would like to strengthen the policing system in that term. So I think these are the challenges which we are facing with the police. But like in crisis resilience, we can see that the police is the only agency and the law enforcement agencies are necessary in a democracy to exercise our democratic rights and also enhance the public security among the citizens and also to maintain the rule of law. Now, the question comes that why some of the citizens do unruly behavior. If we will see that, like, there are two kind of peculiar situations. There is a privileged class of delinquency and crime. Some people, those who are powerful in any way, they do not much bother for the rule of law because they feel they are above the law. So this is one very peculiar situation. And the new forms of crime which are increasing. So all these things are also necessary to take up and to be dealt by the police. But during this lockdown, and particularly this corona period, the policing image and the role of police has emerged as a democratic police in our country. I think now we have to build upon on this experiment. There is a need that academicians, the NGOs, and the citizens, those who are willing to strengthen the police system in our country, they should come forward, they should compile these kind of case studies and also identify the challenges and the areas which have to be strengthened and built up. So there is a need, I think there is a high time. Corona one way has thrown up several challenges to us, but at the same time, there is an opportunity to analyze, to look into, and bring the police reforms and criminal justice reform in the mainstream debate of the political establishment. Because we have to see the political party's agenda. Each political party always if there is any deterioration in law and order, they say that the present government is has to resign because they are not doing well. But when they come to the power, why are they not having the structural reform in the criminal justice system and the police? So I think the lockdown has given an opportunity to review and to look into the various aspects of the policing, and also the other aspect, the well-being of police officials and personnel, and as well as also to make them more accountable, to devise the accountability mechanisms. More than 35,000, ladies and gentlemen, more than 35,000 of people, they have sacrificed their life, the law enforcement agencies, while performing lawful duties. So this is one scenario. Who are these people? What is happening with their families? But at the same time, yes, they are also accountable because they are having powers, and the constitution has asked them to protect the rights of the people. So there is a need to have the introspection, and I think we have to bring this debate, reform of policing and criminal justice, in the mainstream agenda of political agenda and the public debate also, so that we can now take it up and these experiments, the social policing, to a great extent, and we will have a people-sensitive police force in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Arvind Tiwari sir, for a wonderful presentation, and you really made us aware how police system is going through, and what are the challenges they themselves face in that structure, and the challenges they face on the field. Certainly that situation is little bit tricky because they have power also, and they are facing certain issues in their own duties, performing their duties also. And the way you elaborated on how the police system came into being with the colonial setup, and that still that colonial mindset in the police system in some point of time we can find out, and reluctance of the political system to bring about reforms in the system also. Because if we have to think about future challenges, and even resilience in future pandemics, we have to certainly resolve these issues, because we just can't say that there is a problem with the politics, there is a problem with the police, but ultimately people will suffer. Then in a democratization of that police system is really necessary, and political establishments should really think about it and take this seriously, so that they can also contribute to make this particular situation normal, and it can develop resilience in the minds of people. So certainly we will wait for questions also at the end, but as of now this was really wonderful presentation. Now I request Professor Sakina Purawadwala from Navi Mumbai. Madam will be, she is the Director, Human Resource and Admin, Sea and Water, Navi Mumbai, India. Her topic for presentation is impact of COVID-19 on employment in MSMEs sector in India and attempts to resurgence. This is also one of the really very important topic in with regard to the revival of economy. So I request Sakina Madam to take over and start presenting.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Balaji Kendre.
Yes,
thank you, Saraswati, and thank you, Dr. Bavaskar and Water Policy Center for giving me this opportunity to talk. I wouldn't say that I am a subject matter expert on MSME sector or on employment, but I do belong to the MSME sector. So we are a company which is a medium-sized enterprise, and we deal with high purity water for pharmaceutical industry. I also am a part of a networking group. It's a Harsh Mariwala CSR initiative, an Ascent group, which gives me networking with a lot of first generation entrepreneurs based in Mumbai, but it's an India-wide organization. A little bit of knowledge that I have gathered of what has happened to the employment scenario in India, especially with respect to the MSME sector of India in the past few months, ever since COVID has struck. It is with respect to a lot of course, media is there, but a lot of interactions that I've had with my networking group and my own personal experience with my workforce in the company, how the pandemic, the COVID and the sudden lockdowns and complete economic slowdown in the first 3 months of 2021, from April to June, till a little bit of relaxation didn't come in. How did these 3 months impact not just the economy of a sector which is already very weak in terms of financial backup, in terms of long-term structures. So how did it impact, and what was their response to their workforce, and what is in the coming, the uncertainty hasn't yet ended. So what are the ways in which this sector can be resilient again? So not wasting any more time, let me present. I'm going to share the screen. Yeah, can you see? Can you all see it?
Yes, ma'am, we can see.
Right. So just to give an idea of the significance and the size of the MSME in India. MSME of India happens to be one of the largest in the world after China, and it contributes to almost 30% of the India's GDP. It's the second largest employment generating sector after agriculture. And it provides employment to almost 12 crore people, which amounts to around 50% of industrial workforce in India. And it also accounts for 50% of its export. I think the best thing about MSME India, which is a conglomeration of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, is that it promotes a very, very inclusive growth in the nation. In the sense, its workforce ranges from unskilled to semi-skilled to skilled to professional. So we have a wide range and a complete wide range of human resource, people who are employed with the MSME sector. And it is also considered to be the bed of innovation, because all the first generation, the younger entrepreneurs, they begin their journey with an MSME only. So it's considered to be the backbone of the national economic structure. And at any given time in any the times of national adversities, the MSME can be a very big shock absorber. And since we are into one of the biggest global adversity at the time, this sector was supposed to be absorbing a lot of shock of the economic recession. But unfortunately, the MSME of India has a lot of issues that it is dealing with. So MSME India is made up of almost like 6.33 crore units, but 99% of it is a micro enterprise, and only a very minuscule percentage is small and medium. And you can look at the investment, you can look at the turnover. So majority of it is basically what others call as informal, but an unorganized sector. 94% of it is unorganized and only 6% organized. And 94% unorganized means that this particular sector is not under any social security or legal protection. It is an enterprise with sometimes less than 10 workers. It's owned by individuals or self-employed people, home-based, and it comprises a wide range of people in India like street vendors, small shop owners, home-based entrepreneurs, and they have an investment of as less as 5,000 rupees or 5 lakhs. They are also wage workers, both in the organized and unorganized sector. But these are contract workers or those wage workers who do not have any fixed terms of employment. Now, 95% of this workforce got the brunt of the COVID, because when COVID happened, it was this particular sector that was not protected. And so the first response from the industry was as soon as COVID struck, the uncertainty was there, and CRISIL warned of multiple challenges to this sector. CRISIL warned that there will be a degrowth by 20%, the margins will go down, 15 to 20% of small and medium enterprise may not even be able to survive the economic meltdown. And the worst affected, of course, were some of the sectors like construction, exports, etc. And the entertainment business, then hoteliering, all the wherever there was a contact kind of communication. And what was the first response of the industry at that time then? Everybody, when they got together and they tried to make sense of what lies ahead for them, the industry decided, those who had cash, that this is the time when you have to sit tight on your cash and you have to realign your costs with the revenues. You have to rationalize your manpower costs. Now, one of the biggest costs in MSME sector is usually the manpower cost. And so the first response was cut down on your manpower. Either cut down, ask them to leave, pay cut karo, otherwise leave without pay, send them on leave without pay, or reduce manpower. Now, in some of the industries, I'm not saying 100% of the industry part of MSME asked their employees to leave, but some of the industries that were badly hit, like construction, where all the migrant laborers went back to their villages, where hotel industries, aviation, then entertainment, where there was no way that these industries could even have 1 month or 2 months of revenue with them. They had to let their people go. And many of them, of course, also retained the manpower, but then they found other ways. So the way to, the first response was, people actually became very, very conscious of the cash flow. They looked out for extra credit from banks and from other financial institutions. And of course, one of the fallout of the lockdown was that they had to quickly digitalize and had to invest in digitalization, those who could afford. Not everyone could, but those who could afford, they had to embrace technology immediately, because a huge part of the workforce was working from home. Not only that, it was not just work from home, but also if anything was to happen, they had to invest in the IT enabled platforms to communicate, to stay in touch, to talk to vendors, to talk to stakeholders, to talk to clients, etc. One last resource or one last way out for this particular sector was those who could not manage any of this, those who did not have any reserves to fall back on, they had to either exit or divest or shut down their businesses. So coming to what was the impact on the employment? The major ramifications happened on employment. Now, the first lockdown began in April, and estimates from CMIE, Center that monitors Indian economy, and the National Statistical Organization, their first estimates were that 121 million jobs were lost. So unemployment rate went up to 23%. And the second lockdown extended up to May. Some restrictions were lifted and 21.2 million jobs were recovered. But in June, there was again a lot of recovery of jobs. In July also we recovered, and the unemployment rate went down from 23 to 8%. But again in August, the rate is going up. And as we talk now, the rate has gone up to 9.1% of the total employment of India. And this is huge in terms of numbers. Another thing that happened because of COVID was the reverse migration of workers. Around 10 million workers from cities returned to their homes, and this actually snowballed into a kind of humanitarian crisis because there were no transportation available, there was no food available, no water available. And of course, then quickly human individual efforts, public effort, and government effort all got together. And once they were kind of settled by the end of July, by July, when the migration had kind of come to an end, then some of the schemes of the government, like Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Scheme and Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, they could help at least the migrant workers who were there in the rural areas to kind of find some kind of employment for themselves to restart their livelihood. And this sector is basically a very entrepreneur kind of sector. They really know how to make use of even small opportunities that come their way, and they could revive a little bit of livelihood. The industries that kept affected, and they were most affected, and they are still going through a lot of uncertainty, is automotive, textiles, construction, tourism, hotels, restaurants, shipping, and the non-food retail. So if we look at two data, the unorganized sector basically started with 75% loss of employment in April, but it also was a sector that got back to some kind of livelihood faster. And by the end of August, the unemployment rate came down to 8%. So though hardest hit, or unorganized sector got recovered a little faster than the salaried white-collar jobs. The salaried jobs, they started with almost 15% of job loss in April. And though it recovered a little bit by the end of June, when the lockdowns were lifted up, unlocks happened, and they could return to their jobs. But in the last 2 months, in July and August and coming to September, the job loss is again going high. And this could be because the uncertainty of COVID has still not ended, and many middle and small enterprises are now bearing the brunt of lack of cash flow, lack of financial assistance, lack of revenue too, because 3 months were lost when there was absolutely no activity happening in this sector. So everything is now slower. And so the job loss of the salaried class, and if I can say in this salaried class, the younger generation, I think that from the age 20 to age 35 are the most hit. They are the ones who have lost jobs, and added to them the new generation, the generation that will pass out of colleges now. If we add that, we have a very big crisis of unemployed youth in India in 21-22. One of the things that substantiate these numbers is also the large amount of EPF withdrawals. Now, EPF is Social Security, basically, and the job loss snowballed into people taking away whatever reserves they had. Some of them, of course, lost jobs, so they had to withdraw the PF. Those who did not lose the jobs also had to fall back on the EPF, on the Provident Fund money. So what was the response of the government to this? So the central government came out with the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan economic package in May. And of course, out of the 20,000 lakh crore package, a very limited one, a 4 lakh crore came to the MSME sector. And if you see, there were basically this package was more driven towards getting liquidity. It was liquidity driven, but it did not have a very big impact on the exchequer. And there was more of an indirect policy help. So collateral-free loans, equity infusion of almost 50,000 crore, subordinate debt, fund of funds, initial working capital for street vendors. These this economic help was given, but the eligibility of this was different with different slab. And so the unorganized sector was completely out and out in the cold. They were not even eligible, being unregistered, being not on a formal pay structure, being not formalized in many sense, with no social security. They could not avail of any of this package. The indirect policy help came in terms of that Government of India stopped global tenders up to 200 crores from coming in. So there was more local demand generated. Then payment of dues to be collected within 45 days, reduction of TDS and TCS, reduction in EPF, and the insolvency threshold was increased from 1 lakh to 1 crore. The catch-22 in that was, the analysis suggests that MSME faced huge hurdles to even get the credit facility from the banks. Though government had taken the risk, the credit risk was borne by the government, and it was a lot of this credit facility was collateral free, but the banks also took time to kind of come out with the real understanding of each of the clause. And so though I wouldn't say that none of them benefited, but it wasn't something that helped the MSME to bounce back immediately. And it is yet open till October 31. So we still have to see how the MSME will navigate this, these hurdles with the credit facility agencies and get something to help them. Eligibility ceiling kept 88% of the unorganized unit out of this benefit. And though apart from the unorganized sector, even the organized sector, a lot of organized small and medium-sized enterprises failed to get this credit because either they didn't have the absolute technical knowledge of each of the clause, and also because many of them did not have access to these facilities. So it was very important that the industry at that time had to handhold each other and kind of make each other conversant with the technicalities and the the after effects of each of this clause. So finally, what would be the enablers? How would the MSME come out of this crisis? Like what would enable this sector, which is the biggest, one of the biggest or second largest after agriculture, second largest employment generator. Not only that, it is also one of the sectors where many experts believe that if this sector is held properly by the government and given a boost by both government and by, of course, private equity financiers, then this sector has the ability to take India to the $5 trillion dream, which was supposed to be to by 2024. Now, of course, post-COVID, we don't know, but this sector definitely has a lot of potential. So one thing, the first thing that can enable this big sector to to be more effectively contribute to Indian economy is that if the vast majority of unorganized sector can be brought into some kind of formal structure or given some kind of social security. As we speak, last Wednesday, Indian Parliament has passed 4 labor codes by taking away all the other 29 labor codes that were there. They have now been put into simply into 4 labor codes. And when I look into it, I find that there is a lot of support that is being promised to the unorganized sector, minimum wage, then migrant allowance, national database of migrant workers, fixed term employment, expanded ESIC for almost 40 crore unorganized, employees of unorganized sector, EPFO, gratuity. So as a policy, it sounds very, very hopeful. And if it is properly implemented, how much of it will get implemented, when it will get implemented, what will be the ramifications of this with a variety of industries, because there's also talks of legalizing trade unions and also talk of creating a complaint tribunal. So I don't know how much of that will have ramifications on majority of the industry, but if this is implemented well, then the large unorganized part of MSME can become much more productive, much more safe, and can contribute at a larger extent to the Indian economy. The next thing that I would like to say is every crisis has an opportunity, and we need to capitalize on opportunity. Now, beyond governments, beyond financial institutions, this is a time, this is also a humanitarian crisis that is facing us today, and it will require a humongous human effort to come out of it. And this is the time when people need to, and organizations, especially the small and micro and medium-sized enterprise, they need to change, they need to transform, they need to redesign, and they need to upskill themselves and build new competencies. I know that finance is a big hurdle in every company, and that is the main source of any innovation, of any change, any reform. But then we also have a human mind, and we also have human intent. And so capitalizing on opportunity can be one of the things that can help us ride this crisis. Another thing is conserve. Indian community has always been one. It's like conservation is built in our culture. And this is the time when we need to differentiate between what is essential and what is non-essential. We have to be environmentally conscious. And if I can go back to what Professor Muhammad Yunus said in the morning, that we don't want to go back to the old world. Why should we want to go back to the old world? We should be looking forward to a new world that is environmentally much safer, cleaner, a new world where we are making progress, but without what in the past we were doing. And another thing where MSMEs will have to build in new competencies and new structures is they have to digitalize. Work from home is going to be the new normal for a very long time to come. Business from home may also be a thing of the future. And so work from home, business from home will require IT-enabled solutions. Our business processes need to be quickly digitalized. Our human resources need to be protected. Our human resources need to understand the importance of innovation, change, and digitalization. And finally, we are all in it together. This is not a time to compete. Probably this is not a time for companies and industries to make profit either. This is a time to handhold. This is a time to cooperate and coordinate. This is a time for every stakeholder in this sector to be empathetic to each other and to create structures that are bonding, that are helping each other, that are leading everyone together towards success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sakina Madam, for a really very holistic and wonderful presentation on the theme MSMEs and COVID-19 and its impact on MSME sector. Yeah, it is natural that every sector of economy and human life is impacted by the COVID-19. But as you told us, MSME is one of the growth engine of our economy. So we can't afford to keep it, in the worst situation, but we have to revive it. And you suggested so many ways and means. It is not only technological, but certain humanitarian, ideas you suggested us. It is not that we should compete for profit, but we should think about humanitarian cause, and then only we can think and really come out with the certain resilience in the system, and we can really take up, make this particular system or restore the normalcy in it. So, ma'am, it was really very wide and very holistic presentation, I would say, because this was the basic thing about economy, because economy got damaged, like anything. And unless we revive economy, we can't think about anything, because we can't afford to, build infrastructure if the economy is in a bad shape. We can't improve our social sector if the economy is in a bad shape. So these are humanitarian crises, and MSME sector which contributes huge GDP to the nation. But now that is the whole sector is informal sector, and we have to really protect that sector. We have to ensure safety and security of those people, those who have lost their jobs, and really we have to come out with a holistic plan also. And with the hopeful note yesterday Parliament come out with 3-4 legislations. Still we have to assess that impact later on, but we hope that this legislation will help to extend safety and security to these informal sector workers, and certainly they will come back again to the job, and they will really contribute to the economy. So once again, thank you, ma'am, and we hope that we may receive certain questions at the end, but it was really wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next presentation is from Dr. Pooja Sharma. She is Assistant Professor, Daulat Ram College, University of Delhi, India. Her topic for presentation is augmenting ecological balance and health security through human activity. This is again entirely new topic in this context. So we are happy to listen to Pooja ma'am. So welcome ma'am, and it is now hand over to you.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pooja Sharma, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Daulat Ram College, University of Delhi. I'm also a PhD scholar from Energy Studies program, SIS JNU. Now, it's my pleasure and honor to participate in WPC COVID-19 Dialogue. It's been a pleasure listening to all of you, such wonderful presentation and valuable contribution to the entire discourse. The topic of my presentation is augmenting ecological balance and human and health security through human activity. Now, this paper is jointly prepared with Dr. Dipankar Saha, expert member, Environmental Appraisal Committee, Senior Scientific Officer, West Bengal Pollution Control Board. So I would like to share my screen for this particular paper. So is this screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. We can see the screen.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you so much. So the presentation goes like this. Yeah, so I will introduce the topic like human activities. I have considered human activities as holistically into production and consumption, two forms, and have proved to be detrimental to the ecological balance. Burning of fossil fuels have resulted into accumulation of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases to trap the entire additional heat. And as a result, the Earth's temperature has started rising, and it is being predicted that from 1.1 degree centigrade, it is going to rise till 5.4 degree Celsius in 2100 years. 2100. So a substantial rise of this temperature has resulted into stronger and more frequent storms, additional rainfall, leading to flooding and other damages. Increase in incidence of wildfires also threatens habitats, homes, and lives. So heat waves contribute to human deaths and other consequences. Just a second. However, the debate on climate change does not reflect any consensus on the recent changes attributed to human activity that resulted in the detrimental impact of climate change, climate and temperature. Climate change, on the other hand, has also, there has been not enough evidence that it will result into, it has because of the cause of human activity. So the entire discourse does not register the role of human activity in the all the processes and the changes which we are watching and witnessing over the past many years. Ecological imbalance and disturbances further exert influence on diseases such as malaria and other parasitic diseases. Human activities such as deforestation leading to changes in land use, human settlement, commercial development, and road structures. Just one second, I think I'm not able to. Yeah. So human activities such as deforestation leading to changes in land use, human settlement, commercial development and road construction, etc. have finally led to soil erosion, shifts in vector populations such as snails, mosquitoes and parasites. It has also been pointed out that the climate change can result in damage to the sanitation infrastructure, resulting in the spread of disease and threatening the community's ability to maintain its economy and a geographical location or even cultural tradition leading to mental stress. The soil moisture dynamics as a consequence of climate change impact vegetation substantially, since the plant carbon assimilation significantly depends not only on the total rainfall during the growing season, but also on the intermittency and magnitude of the rainfall. WHO in 2018 predicted that between 2030 and 2050, the climate change is expected to cause approximately 25 lakh additional deaths per year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. The countries with weak health infrastructure, mainly the developing countries, will be least able to cope up without the assistance to prepare and respond. The direct damage cost to health is estimated to about 2 to 4 billion US dollars per year by 2030. Now, in this context, the present study is an attempt to comprehend and highlight the role of human activity in disrupting the entire ecological balance. By deploying a schematic approach of framework, the study visualizes the relationship between the connections of climate change, environmental degradation, ecological imbalance, and health crisis. Considering human activity in the form of production and consumption at the center stage, the paper or the work unfolds the challenges of ecological imbalance. It highlights the use of technology and the role of state that would prove instrumental in mitigating the health crisis associated with climate change. Now, I would like to present this chart where it is being predicted the entire vicious cycle which we are following for ages and centuries, that human activities in form of production and consumption, as you can see, it's a yellow highlight, and this leads to green emission of greenhouse gases and harmful gases. Further, carbon dioxide, all these gases, they lead to rise in temperature in the atmosphere, leading to climate change. Further, air pollution, water and land degradation. This, along with the climate change, would definitely deteriorate the environmental conditions. And this, in turn, the environment will further impact the ecology through the ecology in which form the forms are decline in the forest, loss of species, food, contamination of food because of fertilizers, etc. And then this impact on ecology would in turn result in health risk and disasters. So this cycle, as you can see, it's a cycle, and this vicious cycle keeps on rotating and keeps on continuing over the years unless things are emergently taken up in terms of controlling the human activity of production and consumption, which is difficult and which everybody, the efforts should be towards doing this. So just a sec. Yeah. So the entire journey of health risk of humankind originates with the human activity, as these toxic gases get accumulated and they lead finally to the Earth's rise in the Earth's temperature. Approximately 0.85 degrees of Celsius has been warmed up in 130 years, WHO report. And climate is definitely a critical component of the entire ecosystem. Several disaster and fatal events are related to global warming. Rising of sea levels due to the melting of polar ice caps contribute to more significant storm damage. Excessive rainfall leading to floods at one place, while lack of rainfall leading to in the other regions, are some of the common indicators of climate change. Increase in wildfires threatening the lives. Most events such as Hurricane Maria, then West Bengal cyclone, Amphan cyclone, Mumbai cyclone, Nisarg, all other these are the natural calamities which have been observed. Such environmental impact will further prove to be detrimental to ecological balance, such as loss and decline of the forest due to air pollution and acid deposition, loss of fish production and timber growth. And there is enough evidence that several diseases such as malaria, Ebola virus disease, SARS, etc., are all the consequence of disruption of ecological imbalance. The climate change has subsequent changes on biophysical environment also, in the form of changes in the seasons, glacial retreat, decrease in the Arctic sea ice extent, and the rise in the sea levels. Such changes have a further impact on biodiversity at the species level in terms of distribution, composition, and function. Antarctic Peninsular region and sub-Antarctic region are experiencing rapid climate changes owing to the regional rather than global processes. It is observed that the population of many species have declined. Several changes are observed at the species level, all attributed to climate change, such as earlier onset of migration, egg laying, and breeding. These are the changes in the distribution, such as desert ecosystem has expanded. Consequently, such changes affect the way ecosystem functions and their services are provided to us. As a consequence, human activities, several chemicals and harmful gases are released in the atmosphere, leading to the adverse ecological effects. And these effects are both long-term and short-term, disrupting the whole environment and the process of the economic system. Now, emission of the greenhouse gases results in increase in temperature and precipitation. Moisture availability not only affects precipitation, but also evapotranspiration. Now, moisture is a very important aspect for all the diseases which we are facing in the current situation. When both temperature and precipitation increase, the effective precipitation would result in runoff and soil erosion on one hand, and at the same time, it will yield vegetation cover. So on one side, we will be benefited with the vegetation, but at the same time, the soil erosion will result into runoff. Soil erosion reduces the moisture storage capacity and affects the crop production. And there is enough evidence to prove that if humans have to live on Earth, then that life should be effectively based on the systematic alliance between each component of ecology. In the history of pandemics, we have seen that 3 of the deadliest pandemics were caused by the same bacteria over again. Black Death is believed to be the birth giver of quarantine, which is the talk of the hour. The Black Death hit Europe in 1347, claimed lives for of about 400 million people within the 4 years was astonishing. London outbreak of plague in 1665 was again the worst of the century, significant outbreak, which took a toll of about 1 lakh lives in such 7 months, just 7 months. Smallpox was a devastating outbreak, which killed 3 out of 10 infected people in Europe during the 15th century. Influenza H1N1 virus giving rise to the Spanish flu. It affected 500 million people, which accounted for 1/3 of the population of the entire world. Recently, a decade ago only, the world experienced swine flu, another variant of H1N1 virus, which was declared as a pandemic by WHO. So it is observed that the pandemic have resulted in disruption of production and consumption in turn, and other socio-economic implications are also associated. It is critical to observe that the positive impact on improvement of environment and ecology can affect the human activity positively. The certain environmental catastrophes have been collected here. I mean, compiled here. Hurricane Mari, Gujarat, earthquake, Mumbai cyclone, West Bengal cyclone, Kerala floods, Gujarat floods, famine in Somalia, Indian Ocean earthquake, and the number of them. Then parallelly, you can see health hazards also coming up, with number of diseases as listed in the table, and different areas they have cropped up in Australia, Uganda, Africa, Crimea. So the spread is so huge across the world that one can see the impact of these disasters, both natural and health disasters happening all over the world. The Great Plague, then Middle East respiratory syndrome, Malaysia, London, Saudi Arabia. So this is the kind of catastrophe we are living with. So empowering natural support system using the indigenous technologies is something which is proposed in this paper. On production side, since we have 2 activities of the entire human race in form of production and consumption. On the production side, if we look at from the prism from production, a large scale deployment of renewable energy sources such as wind, biomass, and it could be anything which is suitable for the region, favoring indigenous, energy efficient local methods of production. However, all the regions are not well equipped with the they have technological constraints, at the same time natural resource constraints, and also the financial constraint. In this context, the role of natural support system arises. Natural support system and natural systems such as local resources, people, environment, they should come together with the local mechanism to address the particular issue efficiently in that localized area. While addressing the consumption aspect of human activity, it is essential to revisit the pattern of lifestyle that should be adopted by the humans. The philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi, I would like to quote here: there is a sufficiency in the world for man's need, but not for man's greed, must never be forgotten, but must be implemented in all our deeds and actions. State, role of the state and government, it is very crucial, and it should be diverted towards the right direction. Government has enough role by deploying the instruments to appropriate taxes and levies to reduce the excessive consumption of goods and services, and which are not essential at all, which are extravagant. We should not only think about the growth, economic growth, but the value development, basically the economic development, holistic, and taking into account the SDGs. A well-designed policy consumption tax should be implemented. Would be extremely useful in achieving a minimal consumption economy. The challenges of the climate change and health crisis are some of the disasters that directly affect the individuals of each section of the society. Since there are every man's problem, this is the problem which we are quoting is every man's problem. Therefore, these challenges should be resolved keeping individuals and finally the society, the local communities into mind. It is the responsibility of the state to maintain the inherent balance between the ecology, environment, health, and human activity at the same time. It is evident that the natural disasters that we are addressing are a result of climate change effect in different regions, in different forms. Therefore, it is imperative to bring about local solutions depending upon the extent and the type of impact the region suffers from these health and natural disasters. Now, this is another chart which is proposed in the paper, where you can easily see how the role of the center is important in the green in the middle, and the center through its decentralized system, as you can see, by empowering local bodies and communities and by deploying local technology, local methods and preparedness for the disaster, food security, health security, all this using the local technologies, which are environmentally friendly. And using these two tools, one can easily handle the local challenges. So what is required for all this? What is required is the freedom to act, the empowerment of the locals and the communities. Now, natural support system, which I'm talking about here, along with the support of the government, one cannot function without each other. One has to come together, but the sole purpose is this sync between ecology, environment, human activity should be taken into account while addressing a problem at the local level. And therefore, local challenges can tackle the health risk and natural disaster risk of cyclones and flood and etc. Health risk is health disaster risk. It can be handled in this way. So this brings forth the role of local bodies and the communities, local preparedness based on the local methods and technology, and each government should empower local communities, assessing them to develop local techniques, ensuring their health system, health security, and render the disaster preparedness and management. In this backdrop, the study proposes a decentralized management system that will provide sustainable pathways for disaster management and health security endeavors. Health catastrophe like COVID-19 has eventually witnessed the significance of natural support system defined as a relationship with the family members, friends, co-workers, neighbors, acquaintances. Such a relationship is distinct from the formal service providers like counselors, therapists, line staff, and care managers. this support system, which we call as natural support system, is reciprocal. In other words, it is give and take in nature. It helps develop the sense of belongingness, dignity, and self-esteem. Empowering such a natural support system will render independence and growth, apart from ensuring growth in the emotional security, which constitute an important part for well-being, is guaranteed through this natural support system. Natural support system will build by several methods. It can be built by several methods like participating in the community activities, projects, joining groups, and volunteering for other people's need. So these are the ways. And to concluding remarks, the present study highlighted the role of human activity that disrupts the ecological imbalance or the ecological balance and leads to imbalance. By deploying a schematic framework, the study also visualized the relationship between the connections between the climate change, environment degradation, ecological imbalance, and health crisis. There is enough evidence to prove that if humans have to live on Earth, they have to be effectively, their living should be effectively based on systematic alliance between each component of ecology. Adopting environmentally friendly methods of energy saving, energy efficient consumption patterns, we can make a difference. Government can play a pivotal role in by deploying the instruments of like appropriate taxes, levies, and to reduce the production and consumption processes. A well-designed design policy of consumption tax should also be thought of while implementing the policies, and the local techniques should be supported to combat both health and natural system disasters. And by empowering the local challenges of local bodies for meeting the local challenges and affecting the local inhabitants. So therefore, the local communities should be strengthened and rewarded to resolve the local issues by using their own resources and techniques. Finally, empowering the natural support system and local bodies will render independence and growth. So I would like to thank you for your patience. This is how I end.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Pooja Sharma ma'am, for again one more wonderful presentation and contribution to the topic. In this, my personal comment will be like this. We need to introspect what she said, because on the planet we think that we are the worthy being and we have every right to destroy everyone, but expect that we should get organic food, good health. And it is a contrary, because what happened from last more than 400 years, when industrial revolution took place, that time we thought with technology we can improve our quality of life. But with that, we just did not improve our quality of life, but simultaneously we destroyed the nature. And once we destroy the nature, we are destroying the resources. And once we destroy the resources, then we can't create natural resources again. So ultimately, we are changing the natural pattern, and out of that, climate change is taking place, and because of that, so many changes are taking place in the field of environment. As we all know, differences and diversity must be respected and accepted by everyone, because it is not that there is something different in the environment, so we should not think that we should destroy that difference, and what I feel there, we should cultivate that thing in that particular environment. So if we have to protect environment, we have to protect ecology. Unless we protect ecology, we can't think of protecting environment. And again, if we have to protect humanity, again we have to protect difference of opinion, differences, because without differences and diversity, humanity also cannot survive. So if we go to the basic of all these two models of development, like as you quoted Mahatma Gandhi ji, Mahatma Gandhi's main idea was small is beautiful. You should think about whatever is required, what is need based, not greed based. So he suggested that small is beautiful model, and it got admiration from abroad, and some thinkers. That idea was very good. But capitalist propaganda came out with the bigger is better. Means whatever is bigger, that is better, and unless there is bigger, we can't say it is good. So with that, those philosophy, we need to really evaluate all those philosophies in real life term, and certainly then only we can think about that. On the planet, certainly human is intelligent. Human has more capacity to dominate others, but other small being small creatures are also worthy because they are part and parcel of that ecology. So when we talk about endangered species, one day we ourselves will become endangered on this planet. We should not think too much about others. This species is endangered. One day time will come and we feel that we are endangered. So we should not wait that time and thing to come and see in our life. So it was eye-opening for all of us. It is true that we have every right to live and survive on this planet, but equally other living beings, those who are part of ecology, environment, they have also every right to live and survive. So their protection is our responsibility. And with that sensitivity, if we think about sustainable development goals, which gives everyone right to live and peacefully, and peaceful coexistence means wild animals are coming to the main society because we are destroyed their habitats. So it is not that we should take gun and shoot all these animals and say that we could rule whole jungle and forest and everything. So time has come to rethink our own idea of development, because development is not only destruction of environment. Development is not only that we should destroy the natural resources, but certainly with those destruction we are creating risks in our own lives. So in that sense, one of the sociologist Ulrich Beck, he talks about risk society. Means we think that we are developing, we are getting something, we are the quality of life of human being is increasing. But from other side, we are creating disasters, which will not allow us to live in that what we are expecting. So it is really wonderful thought process which brought to this session by Pooja Sharmaji, and we really should open our eyes to these problems, because unless we respect differences in our society, in our community, because it is not, we are not expecting that everyone should look similar, everyone should eat same food, everyone should think same way. No, we can't, society cannot be like this. We have to really accept and respect the differences and diversity in the society. Everyone is different, everyone, that difference need to be respected. So then only we can talk about society, and then we can think about not only society but environment, ecology, and all other surroundings, which really gives us food and shelter and everything, and because of that we are surviving. So with these wonderful presentations, now I open the session for discussion or questions. If anyone has a specific question, you can put in the chat box also. I can ask to that particular presenters. Otherwise, I just would like to request organizers, please let us know what is the next now? Or how we should?
Sir,
Yes.
we have one question in the chat box. Should I read that question?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, okay, sir. So the question is for Sakina ma'am from someone called Sachin, and he says that he would have liked to also understand how individual organization like yours are navigating and where possible consolidating themselves. Could Sakina ma'am please share some specific ways? Ma'am.
Hey, आवाज बंद करो.
Sorry, I didn't unmute. Can you hear me? Yeah, so as I told you, we are into high purity water for pharmaceutical industry, and we are a kind of 100 crore company with 300 employees with us. Now, when COVID struck and when for 2 months, in fact, we stopped working in the end of March. So to be very honest, our 1920 billing was also not over. And we didn't even have the cash for the next 2 months to run the company. The first thing we did was, of course, consolidate our cash reserves, go for extra credit, a little bit of extra credit that we were allowed by the Atmanirbhar Yojana. And for human resources, I must tell you, we decided right on day one that this was not the time for us to ask anybody to leave. So we haven't asked one single guy or one single person from my company to leave. Those who have left voluntarily, we haven't stopped them. And we were very, very clear with our communication with our people right from day one. So we got our managers together, we got the rest of the company together, and we actually told them this is the situation, this is the cash we have, and this is how we need to survive till the uncertainty comes to an end. And we are blessed to have a group of people who actually rose to the occasion and helped us navigate the uncertainty. Slowly, our billing also began, our production began, our revenue started trickling in, we got collections, and so far so good. Though I wouldn't say we are 100% out of the red yet, but we are able to take care of our costs by minimizing the costs, by being very the things that we would never notice before, we are noticing now, and by being very, very transparent with our employees. That is how we have been able to survive.
Yeah, thank you, Sakina ma'am, for your very good reply. It was very elaborative and very experienced and much awaited, much expected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any question to any speaker? First, you mention to whom you want to ask the question, and then you raise the question.
I think there is a question by Sri Lakshmi. How will COVID? I think the question is to Dr. Tiwari, sir, Professor Tiwari. Tiwari, sir.
Yeah, what is the question?
Law enforcement and how will new pattern of crime be managed? The question is in chat box.
Okay.
Professor.
Yeah. So new, I could not follow.
How will COVID-19 affect future law enforcement?
Yeah.
And how will new pattern of crime be managed?
Okay, fine. You see, during the COVID period, new pattern of crime, not I'll say the new pattern, but the old pattern, but in a very vibrant form. Like, for example, domestic violence. Certain kind of chain snatching and other kind of traditional crimes are increased. Domestic violence is also increased. because you see all members are at home, and it is the report in the media that but at the same time the good news is that the crime incidences, heinous crimes, murders are decreased overall. So there is a both good and bad news. One, that during COVID time, the good news is this, that the crime rate is increased because most of the people were behind in the homes, and also the goons and the criminals, those who are those who were committing the crime, and they were also at homes. So the crime rate one way is increased. Oh, sorry, decreased. But at the same time, the domestic violence and the cyberbullying, etc., and some crime pertaining to this property-related crime, like this cyber, particularly cyber economic crime, have increased. So overall, this is a testing time for us from law enforcement point of view. That as I said earlier, the you see more preventive part of the policing and community policing. These have to be strengthened through the legislation, and the accountability of the police should be enhanced towards the community and towards the people. And I think we all have to work towards that direction. So this is the positive aspect of the policing. And also at the same time, the kind of dedication and commitment which police officials and law enforcement agencies have shown while tackling these incidences, we have to appreciate them. And because when we were at our home in the safety, and we have a lot of fear of COVID-19, they were helping us, and they were providing us the safety and security. But at the same time, some violations which have also came into say, media direction, I think those kind of issues should be seen critically, the personality traits, and why some kind of excess force was used by them when it was not required at that particular time. So what is their training, how they are being audited, how their performance appraisal is being done, and how we can make law enforcement little more towards the people-centered. So I think these are both kind of dimensions related to law enforcement. Yeah.
Yeah, is there any question for any speaker from audience side? Otherwise, I will wind up the session. On behalf of all presenters and on behalf of my own behalf, I once again thanks Water Policy Center India and Yunus Center Bangladesh and its director Rao Saib Bavaskar and his team for giving us opportunity to be a part of this particular deliberations. Once again, I congratulate all the presenters because all the presentations were unique in their experience, unique in their field and in the context, because when we talk about overall impact of COVID-19 on the society, we should take into account all aspects of human life, because it has impacted economy, MSME sector, it has impacted law enforcement agencies, it has impacted global politics, it has impacted certainly overall functioning of society, and it is a challenge before all of us, and we all should come together and understood the pandemic, nature of pandemic scientifically, and we have to become a more human, and then only we can overcome these difficulties. And as Sakina madam said, every difficulty comes with opportunity, but we need a certain belief system, and we should empathize with each other. Certainly with these words we can really appreciate the presentations, and I hope that all the presenters also enjoyed this academic forum, And in future also, whenever we get opportunity, we will be, come out with more elaborative ideas about these particular themes. So I request all the
Hello,
presenters.
Balaji sir.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Sir, I would like to propose my vote of thanks to
Yes,
you and
yes.
all
I
other
will just
presenters.
conclude, and then you can propose vote of thanks. So
Okay,
I
sir. No
conclude
problem.
this session, and I hand over to Vasudha Maurya for
I think
further.
I
Yes.
misunderstanding.
Okay, sir.
Interrupt.
So, oh, so distinguished chairs, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as we have come to the end of this session, it is my great honor to propose a vote of thanks, or on behalf of WPC. I would like to express our gratitude and sincere thanks to Dr. Balaji sir for accepting our request to chair this session. And we would like to extend our sincere thanks to all the speakers for delivering such a comprehensive and insightful presentation. We are honored to have all the speakers with us here today. So we would also like to acknowledge our gratitude to our friends from the diplomatic community, experts, academia, media, and different organizations. Last but not the least, I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for our audience who participated in the webinar and those who are watching us live. We are truly honored to have you all with us since morning and hope to stay connected with you in future as well. So there's a small request for all of you to kindly join us for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the other sessions going still going on there in odd session, odd room session. So you can join us in this session. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Yes,
joining.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. Sakina, madam. Thank you, Balaji, sir, for coming and chairing the session.
Yeah, thank you, Bhaskar.
Okay, Filani, thank you. Thank you. I think Sator has left because he had a meeting. Thank you, Tiwari, sir. Pujaya, madam, thank you. Thank you for joining and coming during this wonderful presentation. Kindly in the on the sixth session, which is going on in Audun